virtual mortgage mastermind here, the Success Summit. We got a day packed full of amazing speakers, and I am excited to kick the day off with our first speaker, my friend Roland Cochran, who's joining us live from Greece. So he's over there. It's about dinner time, he said. So I'm going to bring him on and let him take over here. So give me just 1 second.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, it's not morning time where I'm come from. We're wrapping it down. Hopefully this lighting will stay bright enough to keep my face illuminated.
All right, man. Well, I'm going to give you the stage, and apologize if there's any interruption in Roland's internet. Like I said, he's in Greece. It's he don't got the 100 meg or whatever it is like we do sometimes. So I will turn it over to you, man, and let you talk to the audience.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, my name's Roland Cochran, and I am currently in Greece, a little town called Parga. So if you Google it, cute little place over here. So yes, my internet is can be really fast, can be really slow. So I apologize if there's some interruption. So I'm going to speak to you guys today about the effortless entrepreneur. Right? We all admire that effortless entrepreneur. They seem to float through life and business with confidence, without stress. They know who they are, and that self-confidence actually guides them to all the right answers, right? They've taken control of their life. They use their time extremely effectively to make massive impact. And when they aren't doing work they love, they're with family, friends, on vacation, right? Work isn't a grind for the effortless entrepreneur. They understand how they're designed, and they position themselves to succeed, right? This sounds amazing, doesn't it? And I know, because I too wanted to live this way, right? Living your life with a sense of calm because you know how to make your ideas come to life, having fun with your day because your work is just a game that you're good at playing, and then thinking less about yourself and more about impacting your clients and the lives of others. And people aren't born this way. They have to find a way to do it. And you can do it too. So most people think that you need to perfect these practical skills to go to the next level. And I guess that depends on your definition of what the next level is, right? If you're like me, the next level is more than just time freedom and money freedom, right? It's freedom of expression, right? Creating a business that positions you to be at your best rather than doing things that you don't have to do. I don't like to do. Instead, designing a life and a business where you just get to be, right? Be yourself. You control your morning routine. You control when you work, the type of work you do, and who you work with. Right. The next level to me is when you have converted your work into a way of being. And when you get to use your skills, your personality, and the things that you're passionate about to make money and be recognized and appreciated. So the topic of my talk was creating a personal brand that sells. And I think this is an extremely important topic in the mortgage and real estate space, but even more so now with the pandemic, because we are marketing ourselves virtually. And a reason a great personal brand works is because it's more than just a marketing strategy. It's a way to live your life, right? The reason Dave Savage, Barry Habib, Rene Rodriguez, and myself have been able to achieve this success isn't because we created a personal brand. It's because we created a brand out of our persons, right? You don't get to the next level by continuously acquiring more and more and more skills and knowledge. You get there from discovering how you are uniquely designed and what skills you need to bring into your design so that your work becomes effortless and you can enjoy what you do, right? This is what many people call living in your purpose. Now, my work wasn't always as thrilling as it is now. Back in 2017, I was frustrated. I was more than frustrated, actually. I was angry. I had done everything everyone had told me to do that would make me successful. Read the books, the podcasts, the conferences, the investments, and everything played out kind of like they said it would. Right? My businesses were growing, running on autopilot. I had the houses, the cars, the watches, but none of it was enough. Right? None of it made me feel like I had really achieved anything meaningful. So if it wasn't the money or the things, then it must be experiences. All right, so I sold my home and I began traveling full time, living out of Airbnbs all over the world, right? Eating the best food, laying on the nicest beaches. But again, that feeling of emptiness kind of followed me, right? It just still wasn't enough. Now, this was not an accident, right? This was how I was designed. This is how I believe all of us are designed, to seek more. Not more money, more things, not travel, but more purpose, more meaning, right? You're not an accident. These desires, these thoughts, these feelings that you have about your future, about your life, your business, these feelings are part of your unique human design. Learn how to use your design, you'll be guided towards that purpose you're seeking. So personal brands that sell aren't the ones that have the most impressive websites, right? They're not the ones with the most, the coolest logo, creative logo, or even social media content, right? The personal brands that sell are the ones that are rooted in purpose, a purpose that matters to them. And as humans, we're all drawn naturally towards people who know who they are and know what their purpose is. Every single one of us. We're designed to feel inspired when we hear someone speaking their truth, right? And living in their purpose. Inspiring others sells. So write that down. Inspiring others sells. But to inspire others, we must be inspired ourselves. And the word inspire literally means in spirit. So in other words, if you feel inspired, you're living in alignment with your spirit. And living on purpose and doing work that inspires you creates the lighthouse effect, right? People naturally will gravitate towards you. And the lighthouse effect is exactly why having a personal brand that's rooted in purpose is so effective, right? People want to follow those that are inspired. And this is why it's so important for you, me, all of us to live on purpose. Not only does it living this way make your life more meaningful, but it's the key ingredient to creating a personal brand that makes an impact. Now, it's all of us are seeking more meaning, more purpose. We want to know who we are, and we want to know why we're here. Right? It's self-actualization that we crave the most. And by seeking your purpose and expressing yourself along the way, you will create a personal brand that inspires others. And by inspiring them, you're doing more than selling them a mortgage product. You're giving them hope, right? Hope that this world is more than just exchanging money, right? By expressing yourself and your talents within your job, you give them hope that maybe, just maybe, they too could find more meaning and purpose. So what I'm hoping to teach you all today is that creating a personal brand that sells is not about marketing and sales tactics. It's about knowing who you are and expressing your unique thoughts and your unique ideas so that they can inspire others. People don't care about their mortgage product as much as they care about things that are true. Things that are true for you, things that are true for them. And what's true is that each of us are here for a reason, right? And that truth will sell better than any other branding or marketing campaign you can ever come up with, right? Your purpose has always been your personal brand. So where do you start? How do you find purpose, right? Crazy. deep question. So I kind of I used 3 of mine. Each of you has a different design that's been created to carry out your specific purpose, right? And because of these unique differences, this first phase of self-mastery takes work and takes practice. And it can totally be done on your own without a coach, right? It just might take longer depending on your mind and how much of your own personal power you've already given up. So, and the second piece to this is important, and that's that your divine design is the source of your motivation. Right? This is exactly why we have days where we feel motivated and days where we don't. And it depends on whether or not the story you're believing about yourself that day or about your work is consistent with your divine design. The most common example of this that comes to mind is the example of money. Right at the beginning of your career, motivation wasn't an issue. Right? You were focused on building your business to create time and financial freedom for yourself. But then after the money comes, you begin to find yourself unmotivated, right? or less motivated. Right? Growth and stacking up money isn't good enough for you anymore. And this is normal. This is actually what's supposed to happen. Because becoming bored with your mortgage business is your divine design telling you that there's more you're meant to accomplish. So your motivation shifts. And after you discover this divine design, how your mind works, how you make sense of your divine design, or I should say, most commonly, how we corrupt our divine design. But once you realize where those motivations are coming from, the next step is to learn how to use it. So you do this by learning how you are currently using your design, right? So you can start being intentional with your time rather than running in autopilot, right? With kind of without thinking, just going through the motions. Because many of us think that working hard will magically make our lives transition into what we want it to be. But this isn't how it works, right? Your divine design will get you there every time. I believe that. But you need to learn how to listen to it and where it's guiding you. And then the third and final step is to start using your present thoughts to shape your future. Right? That's why we hear so much about the super successful and the multimillionaires spending so much time with meditation and different exercises to stay grounded. It's because the present moment is all we have, right? It's the only thing that's true at the moment. The rest is ideas that we have of the past or dreams that we have of the future that haven't happened yet. But in the present, you can find everything that you're searching for if you know how to look for it. And this is my personal favorite step, this third step, because this portion of the self-mastery process as a coach is where I really get to see my clients become who they actually are. Right? They begin to take back control of their mind, control of their thoughts, and therefore take control of their lives. Now, to kind of wrap this up, back in 2017, I could have listened to that emptiness and that need for more, and I could have quit my job and found a different one. I could have worked more and worked harder, opened up more branches, more locations, more employees, just to make more money and grow my business because it wasn't big enough, maybe, was what I could have thought. Or I could have thought, I'll be happier if I have another house somewhere, a bigger home, right? So I could have spent all this time killing myself at work to build this new house. Right, or I could have gone off the deep end, right, and started buying material things, doing weird stuff in my life. But I didn't. I knew there was something bigger going on, that these feelings of discontent and dissatisfaction are normal. And that there's nothing wrong with you when you're unhappy with your current life and your current success. Just because everyone else has told you that you're supposed to be satisfied with what you've created doesn't mean that you have to. It's perfectly normal and absolutely spot on to want more. So this is my way of saying, if there is something more that you're looking for, it may or may not be money. It may or may not be this new gadget or a new business attempt. It could just be a deeper calling, something for you to present or bring into your business or bring into the world. And I would really encourage all of you not to be afraid of that. So I want to thank all of you for your attention today. And for some of you, I think maybe you were hoping for the 10 steps to building a magical personal brand. But for a lot of you, I think you know where I'm coming from. And that is a personal brand that sells, inspires others. And there is no 10-step process to coming up with that. It's personal work that you need to do. And I think what you'll find is it's easier than you thought. It's not something foreign. It's actually a unique way of you doing what you already love to do and things you already care about, and finding a way to bring it into the mortgage space and express it that way. So thanks for your time. Thanks for having me, Mitch. Any questions for me?
No doubt, man. I appreciate you being here, and obviously what you're doing works, because you're hanging out in Greece for the last month. So it's not that you're teaching something that you haven't done yourself. So I think people can relate to that a little bit more so. But let me check here and see if we have any questions from the audience. Mm-hmm. Judy says she thinks it's the moments, because moments are always better than things, and I think you agree with that wholeheartedly, because when I first spoke to you, you said you didn't have things. you got I know you got a dog, but other than that, you don't have other worldly belongings, right? I mean, you travel freely and leave all that behind.
Yeah, and again, it's not for everyone. And to my point, one thing that surprised me when I decided to live this way and sell everything and travel all over the world was, in the end, Mitch, I was just me again, right? It was the same when I bought the car, the same when I bought all the houses and the watches. You're still just yourself, right? These things aren't going to, even your business growth. I mean, none of it's going to change who you are and the impact you're creating in the world. So it's your personal brand. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's just, if you want it to fulfill you, it needs to be an expression of the things that you actually care about. And I think the secret is to creating a container where you can actually give it a shot. Because I think where most of us fly, and she's absolutely correct, the moments, I think where most of us start getting lost and forgetting who we are and forgetting what we care about and forgetting why we did all of this in the first place, which to create a container to be ourselves. None of us went into business thinking, I can't wait to work 50 to 60 hours a week and stack up all my money and watch my entire life pass me by. None of us said that. We got into it because we saw a way to become financially free of time, free of location. That wasn't to build a massive house and rub your success in everybody else's face. That was to create a container for yourself so you could finally self-express. So you wouldn't have to do things that you don't want to do anymore. Now, I'm not saying business is wrong. I own tons of them. I'm not saying money is wrong. I love it. It's a very powerful tool that can help you. And don't forget what we're creating, right? It's a container for yourself to enjoy your life and express yourself. And it can harmoniously work side by side right next to your work.
Absolutely. And I hear a lot of people say, and I believe wholeheartedly in this because I have 3 kids, is, don't buy your kids things, buy them experiences. And Steve Sims says that too. Like, for birthdays around their family, they don't buy each other gifts. They go do stuff. Like, I think one time he took his wife to drive bulldozers and dump trucks or something, like for her birthday because it's an experience or seeing something new. Take them places like you're saying. You spend time traveling all over the U.S. and all over the world because it's fulfillment to you is the experience of life, not money is what allows you to do that, but you're not spending 80 hours a week to make that money. And that's the important part is, yeah, you have to grind. Everybody has to grind in the beginning, I think. And then eventually you got to learn to let go of the reins a little bit like you did and move away from that.
The grind and the grind changes too. I mean, it's you never, I don't think you ever stop grinding. You just start grinding a little bit differently, right? So for me, I didn't grinding it out and making the money was actually not, that was kind of low level, right? So if someone else can do it, why you really shouldn't be doing it, right? Elon Musk is not building the Teslas or even selling them, right? It's the moment that the process can be replicated by somebody else, your highest and best use is probably something different. And so, yeah, the hustle and the grind just starts looking a little bit more different, right? And I think as you start operating on those next levels where your hustle changes to is improving you, the machine, right? Because in the end, this whole thing, it's about your ability to dream and create, not just show up at work and see how much of you can turn off, right? It's so that the grinding looks different. You start engaging in more things that help stimulate you and become more entrepreneurial and kind of less like a loan officer.
Yeah, and yesterday we had Kellen Vaughn and Kenneth Travis on, and they were saying, look in the mirror. If you're not hiring a $10 an hour employee, guess what? You are the $10 an hour employee. If you're doing minimal tasks that you could pay somebody $10 an hour to do, that's not a good place to spend your time. If you want to be making $200 an hour or whatever, you can't do that by doing paperwork that you could pay somebody $10 an hour to do.
No. And the last thing I'll say though is none of this is new. I know it's not. All of us growing up heard these things, we always heard, money would make us happy and, life needs balance. I mean, there's all these sayings, nothing that we're saying today is new. And so I don't want to give you the impression that it's easy either. I think some of the most difficult part is releasing some of the stories about the responsibility that you need to be doing everything and you need to keep making more and more and more money. And if you're not growing, you're dying, all this stuff. And, those stories may be serving you. They might not anymore. Sometimes they get us really excited for a few years and then we use them for what we needed, which was to grow our business, automate our business. And then those stories don't serve you anymore. And it's okay to start playing again and doing new things that light you up. It's, work in this country, we've defined it as more or less trading your time for money and constantly making more and more and more. Whereas what I'm talking about is creating a way of being where, yeah, you still maybe work for 60 hours, but it's effortless for you because it's the type of activities that you enjoy doing, the networking, the marketing, the branding, the investing, the research, the dreaming. So I'll end by saying it's not easy. That's not what I'm saying. It's far from that. I think the hardest part is allowing yourself to kind of come back to who you actually are, aside from all of these things that we've put into our lives to create money. That was great. And here we are. And then now it's like, okay, we'll leave that here and let's go back and start designing a container for you to, be happy, be fulfilled, be stimulated, be excited again. Right. And keep the container.
You're right? Telling me that in Greece, you're not just hiking and enjoying the beach and boating all day. You're actually putting in work.
Yes, yes, I still have a work schedule. We all have to have that, but again, like I said, it doesn't feel like work because my time here with you this is energizing for me.
Right.
It's really is. I love this.
Forgot
I
the
love
best
this.
story of all from our childhood. Don't get too busy making a living that you forget to make a life.
Mm-hmm. Well, and if you do it right,
that's the one I remember the most as a kid.
Yeah, well, if you do it right, the living can be a living too. So that's part of the personal brand I'm talking about. Find a way of being in the world where that is your work, right? And for any of you who want to talk about this further or want, I love diving into these topics. Absolutely do. So RolandCochran.com or shoot me an email. I'm on social. But these types of this type of conversation is my favorite one to have, and I spend all week building things and talking to people about this exact same stuff. So don't be shy. I'm a very accessible person.
Yeah, and I will say that you're a very giving person with your time and your thoughts. You've been very nice to me in that regards as well. So I do appreciate that, man, and I appreciate you joining us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you bet. Thanks for having me, my man. Nice seeing your face. Bye, everybody.
Enjoy your evening. All right, everybody. That was Roland Cochran. If you need to get a hold of him, he left his details there. I'm going to bring in our first sponsor of the day. It is Mr. Jason Frazier with Equity Prime. Hey, Jason.
Hey, what's up, Mitch? How's it going?
Good, man. Getting the party started here this morning.
All right. I like it.
Day one went well, and day two's off to a good start. So I can't ask for anything else.
Yeah, no, I popped in. You know, it was a busy day yesterday, so I popped in when I could. I got to catch a little bit of Dave Savage and Todd, definitely a good talk there, and then a little bit of Barry, and Barry's always good with his stuff. So it's good content. I like it. I'll be enjoying doing our marketing panel later on today.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, and I'm excited to have. Today we got, Dale Vermillion and Bill Hart together to talk about relationships, and I'm really excited about that. So hopefully, Dale, you can tune in for that one.
Dale's great. Coach Bill, amazing. Actually, had him as a speaker before. He's amazing. So you guys are all in for a treat for that. Just a lot of great content over these last 2 days, and some great speakers. So it's definitely been a lot of value add that I've seen.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate, as always, you guys sponsoring the event. So, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you're doing over there at Equity Prime now?
Yeah. So, at EPM, I'm not going to come in here and just, yap about what EPM does. So EPM, we're a mortgage lender. For those of you that don't know, we do wholesale, we do retail, correspondent. So it's what we do. Nothing out of the norm. What is out of the norm is just kind of how we approach the business. The way that we look at lending, the initiatives that we're putting in, like, going outside of the industry for technology, going outside of the industry for marketing, going outside of the industry for as much as we possibly can, because it's not enough to say that you want to change the game and empower consumers and people within the industry. You can't do it by singing the same song and using the same script that has been doing, that has been serving this industry for this long. It's time to adapt. It's time to innovate, and it's time to change. Just is, right? So, EPM, it's all about empowering people more. So, and doing that, empowering communities and doing a lot of things to help with home ownership, families, and anything in between, whether it's our broker partners and helping them build a better business, whether it's our own loan officers that we're trying to, create better relationships within the community. At the end of the day, from Eddie on down with the rest of our leadership team, it's about doing what hasn't been done before, really, especially at scale. So, EPM, happy to talk to anybody that wants to talk to anything that we're doing. But you'll see us at pretty much every event coming up. We got NAMBA up here in Atlanta. We got Fuse in Vegas, which is going to be an amazing event. It's great that it's in person again. Fuse is definitely one of the top events in the industry. We got NAREP in San Diego, and then we got the Nexa Fest. Nexa, who's a tremendous partner of ours, and I think just is the number one purchase broker in the nation. So Nexa Fest in mid-October, and then finish it off with NBA National and San Diego. So, if you guys are going to any of those events, please stop by the EPM booth or table, whatever we got going on at any one of those things. For those of you that are attending Fuse, I'll tease it a little bit. We have a really special, cool event that's happening Friday night. That's invite only. So if you are going to Fuse, DM me so I can get you on the list. So with that, that's pretty much all I got to say.
Well, I tell you, you guys are doing, great things over there, and whoever came up with empowering people more, they need a raise, because that's just a great saying go well with EPM. So that person deserves credit for that for sure.
Yeah, I want to say it was Eddie. Maybe it's possibly Eric. He's our chief people officer. One of those guys, I think, came up with it. Could be somebody else. Wasn't me. I'll tell you that much. It was not me. As much as I'd love to take credit for it, because I do agree. I think it's awesome. And I honestly, it speaks to our mission and vision for what we're building here.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of growth, it seems, and a lot of more outreach to the community, especially the broker community. So I love what you guys are doing over there, Eddie, and you both amazing dudes, and do a lot for the industry. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely, and we're always happy to support.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, we'll see you today at 1:30 for your marketing panel.
That's 1:30 Central, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay, cool. All right, you freaked me out for a second. So, all right.
All right, you still living on West Coast time or what?
No, I'm East Coast. So I'm in Atlanta, so I just got to make sure. That's right. I know from a lifetime of living on the West Coast and Pacific, and then for a little bit in the mountain, it's definitely odd to be on the eastern seaboard, especially when there's football games like last night.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna be really thrown from. You gotta wait till noon for football to start.
I know. Well, it's kind of cool. You get some stuff out of the way before,
Right. Yeah. I guess over there, it's like 9 o'clock in the morning. You're kicking off football games.
No, the football starts at 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, football. Yeah, we don't get morning football out here. So.
Right. So, all right, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you joining us, and we'll see you later today.
All right. Take care.
See ya. All right, everybody. We want to thank Equity Prime and Eddie and Jason for supporting our event today. And we are going to bring on our next speaker, who is a amazing dude. And you guys are really going to like him. So give me 1 second to introduce Kyle.
Woo!
Coach Kyle.
What's up, Mitch?
Man, I'm excited. Today is going to be it's going to be fire, as they say.
Yeah, man.
As the kids say, it's going to be epic.
And I got to tell you, I'm a little bit ticked off at you that you made me follow Roland. Like you just put you put an Adonis right before the big fat guy. So I appreciate that. That helps my insecurities all come to the surface.
Did you see his picture the other day? He posted standing on a rock, and it looked like he was, holding some weaponry in his biceps. I was like, good Lord,
it looked like he had 4 biceps in one bicep. So,
yeah, I agree. He is definitely a specimen of physical ability.
Whoa. Hopefully, I make up for my lack of being a physical specimen with being able to coach well at social media.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Well, I will. You want me to bring on your screen share?
Yeah, bro. That'd be awesome.
There it is. There it is.
Woo!
I like it. Keeping it raw and real.
Dude, you know what I did? The kids all start back to school in 10 days. Yeah. And so I was doing these slides, and I just got inspiration from they're starting school back. Let's kind of roll with that theme. And here we are.
Awesome. Love it. Well, I'm going to step out of the way and let you do your thing.
All right. Thank you, bro. What is up, everybody? I'm so pumped to be with you guys. I love being a part of what Mitch does. He brings so much value to the industry. And what I do is organic social media, right? That's for those of you that don't know me, that's what I do for a living. That's what I'm called the expert of, is helping you leverage social media to tap into your sphere. Because what I watch happen every single day is we've trained you guys to be sales monsters. And then we've directed you to social media and informed you that that's where you can go sell. And so what ends up happening is you misuse social media because you use it as a selling platform instead of a relationship builder. And then you get frustrated. You feel the need to just go spend more money running ads, buying SEO, right? Doing all that stuff, which isn't bad. But I think it is bad when we bypass our sphere and go there first. And so what I want to talk about for 24 minutes is keeping it raw and real with social media. And I want to give you 5 things that you need to stop doing immediately on social that I believe will change the game for you and increase your ability to relate to your sphere and get more business from your sphere directly and get referrals from your sphere. So that's what we're going to accomplish today. And here's the problem that I want to solve. Appearing perfect on social media ruins the impact you can have. What I see happen in our industry is if you're not careful, the only time you show up on social media is when you look what you think the part is that you're supposed to look. So you always look put together. You're always celebrating a success. You're never looking like a normal person. You're never talking about a struggle. And guys, what happens is you become completely unrelatable to your people. Completely unrelatable. And so you think you're doing yourself a service. You think by always putting your best foot forward, you're helping yourself on social media. But I believe that you're hurting yourself. And so we've got to pull away from doing social media this way. And so know you when they feel like every time they see you, you're always putting on, you're always trying to be somebody that you're not necessarily at home in the evening time. And this is not the formula for winning on social media, because the last thing that we do wrong is we don't build relationships. We treat our social media friends like leads in our CRM. And we reach out to them when we want something, but we never reach out to them because we just want to love on them, because we want to celebrate them, because we want to tell them how cute their baby is or how proud we are of their son or daughter graduating from high school. We don't build relationships. And so this is the danger that we are potentially creating for ourselves with social media. And I want to make this point really last by telling a quick story. So I grew up in the 80s and 90s. And for those of you, I'm 38 years old. And so for those of you maybe that are around the same age as me, you remember the era of the boy band. And I was obsessed with NSYNC. I loved NSYNC. I remember driving to San Antonio in high school to go to their concert. I had every album. I could still probably to this day turn on an NSYNC album and embarrassingly sing every word to every song. I love Justin Timberlake. Well, let me fix that. I loved Justin Timberlake because there is a show on YouTube called Hot Ones. If you haven't seen Hot Ones, it's unbelievable. You've got to check it out. Basically, they bring on celebrities. They give them 10 wings that get progressively hotter. And the host, Sean, after every wing, he asks them a question. And so it's a great opportunity for a celebrity to come on, promote something they're doing, but also, if they choose to, allow people a glimpse into their humanity. And so for a lot of these people, I've watched a lot of episodes where I didn't really care about that person, but by the end of the episode, I was like, I'm this person's biggest fan. I love this guy. This girl's super cool because of the way they act on camera. So Justin Timberlake's episode comes out. I'm freaking pumped. I love Justin Timberlake. He's my boy. I know all of his stuff. I support him in everything he does. I love his movies even. And most people think they're terrible. And guys, he comes on Hot Ones, and go Google Hot Ones Justin Timberlake, and you can watch this for yourself. Guys, he comes on this show, and he comes across like such an arrogant douche. And that's just the only way I know how to say it. He is name dropping. And I'm watching this going, bro, you are Justin freaking Timberlake. What are you doing? Name dropping people. And he came across so insecure. And I finished that episode and went, ugh. Man, the guy that I thought I liked, I don't know if that's actually the guy that he is. And guys, why am I telling you this story? It's not about Justin Timberlake. It's about you. Because if you're not careful, the way you come off on social media is not going to be relatable to the people that are watching. You're going to always put your best foot forward. You're going to always try to be impressive. You're going to always try to look the part, act the part, talk the part, have the right clothes on, have the right hairdo, and you will come across to your people the way that Justin Timberlake came to me. Very disingenuous, very unrelatable, and you'll have people clicking off of your videos going, ugh, Kyle has changed. Kyle is not who I thought he was. And this is what some of you are doing with social media right now. Because you are always trying to be the consummate pro, you're never the personable person. And this is what I want to do with these 5 things that I want us to stop doing on social media. 5 things to change to be more relatable. And guys, if you want these slides, my last slide will tell you how to get them. So if you're taking notes, you can still take notes if you want, but I'll also happily give you these slides. And, this might be a great kids book. It looks so kiddish, it might be great to show your kids. But guys, here's number 1. Number 1 is this. When you're doing video, stop using the same background. You see how I didn't even say do video because that should already be the non-negotiable. Stop using the same background. So I would say stop using virtual backgrounds. Guys, our backgrounds should tell a story. If you're watching this video right now, you are able to look at things behind me and go, oh, I've read that book. Oh, I remember when where is it? Right there. When the Mavs won the championship in 2011, you could see a bobblehead up there of Joey Gallo. You could see a starting lineup of Jerry Stackhouse that I bought the other day, and my daughter opened the package. And that was a whole thing that was really hard to explain to a 6-year-old why it was more valuable unopened, but nonetheless it was open. And so I'm leveraging my background to tell a story. So do you see, if I had a virtual background behind me with my logo or a really cool kitchen or mountain range, I miss the opportunity to humanize myself. I miss the opportunity to humanize myself, which is why I love coaching people to have business conversation with a personal background. Give a tip about mortgage while you're out walking. Tell a story about closing while you're sitting on your back porch or when you're in your car heading to a restaurant. And so you're talking about business, you're showcasing yourself as the expert, but you're letting your background humanize you as a real person. Because if the only time people saw me on camera was in a really nice studio, I am over time becoming completely untouchable to them. That's not relatable. I'm not showcasing something that they think they too can accomplish. I am making them go, man, must be nice to be that guy. And it hurts our ability to make an impact in people's lives and grow our businesses through social media. We've got to stop posting so many closings and pictures of houses. Guys, no one cares. I don't know how to say it more plainly than no one cares. Nobody cares about your closing photo unless you've given them reason to. Unless you've given them reason to be bought in to who you are as a person. And yet this is what I watch every lender do. is just showcase their closings because that's what they've convinced themselves of, or that's what they've been told is going to bring them more business when nobody cares. And so you've got to stop posting so much of this because it offers no value. It offers no value. At least if you're going to post this, tell the story of who's in the picture. Give people a glimpse into what you had to overcome to help this person sell their home. What odds were stacked against them that your team fought through and conquered. People are drawn to the story, not the picture. And so we've got to stop doing this. The third thing we've got to stop, guys, is we've got to stop introducing ourselves on video. Because think about this. Unless, right, let me just give the caveat right out of the way. Unless you're running an ad, right? Unless you are, you're recording a video because you're speaking at a conference that people don't necessarily know you, right? If you're doing that, then yes, I should at the beginning of the video say, "What's up, everybody? It's Coach Kyle." But guys, when we're just doing video on a day-to-day basis, 99% of the viewership is going to come from inside of our sphere. The people that see the video are already your people. And so imagine for a moment that you and I are best friends from high school, but we haven't seen each other in a while, and we decide to have lunch. And so I walk into lunch, and you go for this warm embrace, and I go, "Hey, what's up, man? Kyle Draper." Imagine the awkwardness that instantly hits that situation. Because in my friend's eyes, we're buddies, but I just revealed to him that we're strangers. And so I think that when we're introducing ourselves in those types of videos, we're creating a disconnect that is unnecessary with our audience. I want people to just know that we're homies. And so I say hi, and then boom, I jump into content because that's how it would work if we were in person together. And so you need to really reconsider, are you doing this because someone who's not the expert told you you should? Or are you doing what you do because someone who is the expert taught you how to do it the right way? And so I really want you to consider, are you already hindering your video's ability to work by literally starting off wrong in your first 8 words? The last part about this is guys, we introduce ourselves in business situations, right? When we're just hanging out with friends, we don't introduce ourselves because it's not businessy. It's highly relational. And so when you introduce yourself, you are literally telling the world, hey guys, look over here. This is a business video. This is a business video. I am trying to sell you something. And it's going to hinder your ability to sell by screaming out loud that you're trying to sell. So stop introducing yourself on video. The fourth thing is stop the shameless promotion, educate instead. When I teach on this across the country to brokerages and at events and realtors and lenders alike, when I train on this, my goal isn't to get you to talk about business less. It's to get you to talk about business more, but in the right way. See, because nobody's offended when you're the educator of something. They're only offended when they feel the pressure to buy something from you. And so if you want social media to go well for you, if you want to keep it raw and real on social media, then you've got to become an educator of your industry and not just a salesperson in it. Nobody wants to be friends with a salesperson. Everybody wants to be friends with the expert. And so how do you become the expert of mortgage? Teach about mortgage. Because imagine if starting today, I decided, you know what? over the next year, I'm going to do 200 videos educating people about burgers. I'm going to go interview the top burger restaurants around the country. I'm going to interview the top chefs on how to cook the right burger. I'm going to do a bunch of videos of me cooking burgers in my backyard, on my stove, in my friends' houses. Think about, at the end of that process, if one of your friends came in town and said, man, you know what I'm craving? I'm craving a burger. Your mind is going to go, well, then I need to reach out to Kyle, because Kyle is the most expert friend I have on all things burgers. Why? Not because I got a degree on burgers, not because I went to school for burgers, because I talk about burgers more than anything else. We become the expert of what we talk about most. And so, unfortunately, for many of you, the only thing you're the expert of is yourself, because you are the only thing you talk about. It is me, my, all the time. And it's time for that to change. And so how do we do this? By educating instead. The things that I will want to walk you through that will help you the most is very simply this. What questions do you get asked the most about your industry? What is it? Think back over every conversation you've ever had, and what questions do people typically ask you? You should be making a list, and every single one of those questions over time should become a video. It should be a video that goes on YouTube. It could be a video that goes on TikTok. It could be videos that you do Facebook Live. All of them should be permanently answered and put in places where people can find them over and over and over again. This will establish you as the consummate expert of the mortgage industry. The second thing is this. What are you assuming people already know? They don't. So talk about it. Because you've been in this industry, guys, so long. Some of you that are watching, you've been in lending 30 years, 20 years, 10 years. And so you have forgotten what most people know, or what you think most people know, but they don't know because they don't do what you do for a living. And so sometimes I think we outthink ourselves into the videos we should be doing. Keep it simple. And guys, when you do this, when you become an educator of mortgage and not just a mortgage lender in mortgage, it will change the way people see you on social media. You will see more people getting tagged in your videos. You will see more people sharing your content because you are showing up to create value in their lives, not to just selfishly take what you want from their lives. And it's powerful, guys, when we do it this way. And here's the fifth thing. Stop posting and ghosting. Stop posting and ghosting. What I watch happen the most in social media world is you will get so proud of yourself for doing a video, right? Because it's hard. Overcoming those insecurities is tough. And so you will be so proud of yourself that you will get caught up in celebrating the fact that you did a video that you won't go back and engage the people that gave you their time. And so people commented and said they loved your hair. They love your glasses. That was such a great word, right? Thank you for this video. And when we don't go back, guys, when we don't go back and reward them for engaging with us, over time, they will stop engaging. And so we've got to be better. How do we do it? We do it through what's called the 10-10-10 principle. And I stole this. I guess I didn't steal it because I'm about to give her credit. So I borrow this from a woman named Chelsea Pites. She's incredible. She's an incredible social media expert. You can go find her on Instagram, where she's absolutely crushing it at the highest level. And here's what this looks like. If you would just spend 10 minutes a day, and inside of those 10 minutes, if you reply to 10 stories, right? So stories are across the top of Facebook, across the top of Instagram. If you would just quickly look through 10 stories, comment intentionally on them, and then if you would then comment on 10 people's posts, you will be showing the algorithms that you value certain people, that they value you back, and more people will see your content. And so this is a huge problem on social media is we just think social media goes better for us when our content gets better. And that's not necessarily true. Because if Facebook doesn't see you engaging with anyone, it doesn't know who to put in front of your video. And so we've got to stop posting and ghosting. Because do the math on this. Well, I'm going to do the math for you. You just have to listen, right? Think about this. If you did this 200 days a year, right? That's just over half of the year. You will successfully, at the end of the year, you will have commented on 2,000 posts and you will have replied to 2,000 stories. You don't think that if you're doing that sincerely, that some of those 4,000 moments aren't going to turn into business opportunities? You're crazy. It absolutely will, over and over and over again. But you've got to be committed to it. You can't do this for a week because you just heard me talk at this conference. You've got to look up and go, man, I've done this for 6 months. And look at what's happened. It will be powerful. And so, guys, if you would stop doing these things, they will result in game-changing effects and opportunities to your social media. And so as I wrap this up, guys, if I can help you with anything, here's my website. You can find me at Coach Kyle Draper pretty much everywhere on social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all those places. And then, guys, here's something brand new that I just set up last night. So hopefully it works. If you want these slides, all you have to do is pull your phone out and text slides to 844-905-1066. And then you'll get an automated email that'll come from, technically it's coming from me, right? And then I'll get your email from you. Did I say email? You'll get a text message. And then I'll send you my slides. How cool is that? So
You fancy.
there you have it. Dude, that is pretty fancy, right?
That's fancy like.
Come on, bro. So there you have it. Boom. Look at that. 1059.
Boom.
Killing it.
Yeah. Not only did you have to go after Roland, now you had to go before Bill Hart
Dude.
and Dale Vermillion.
What the heck, man? It's obvious that you value me the least out of everyone on this.
That is not
you
true, my friend.
You sandwiched me in between just absolute monsters.
Well, I'm telling you, if you have time, do not miss this duo of Dale Vermillion and Bill Hart.
It's going to be incredible.
You're going to want to see it. I guarantee you that. It's I've been with them twice on Zoom together, and both times I was like, ooh, blown away, man. Just
absolutely
great guys, and they've been in this business a long time, so they are.
Which is why I'm getting out of here so that they can take over.
No, man, I appreciate you joining us, and I love the slideshow. The visual was great because it was different. You know, it's not black and white flipping through, and you know, I
look at my hat.
I like it.
I'm not a black and white guy.
Today I am.
Know? You
black
are.
And black.
That's a cool hat, though. I'm digging that.
Did you know, just real quick, that the Chicago White Sox and the Yankees are playing next week at the Field of Dreams that they built over here in Iowa? That's
didn't know that.
Pretty exciting stuff. The uniforms are killer, man.
I just saw them on Twitter yesterday, and I told my wife that they were playing that game, and she was like, "I didn't even know that was a real field."
Yep, you can go visit it. We live about an hour and 10 minutes away from it, so we stop by there once in a while and throw a ball around the field. And, you know, I watched the movie.
I'm gonna come see you. I'm gonna come see you in Iowa sometime so we can go up there.
It's awesome, dude. And I watched the movie like a month ago, and I forgot, you know, from my childhood how freaking great that movie really is. I was like, man, I can't believe I haven't watched this in a long time.
I need to go watch it too. That's
it's a classic, man. You better watch it before Thursday's game, and then you'll be more excited.
True that, bro.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you joining us, and
heck yeah.
Everybody needs to get a hold of Coach Kyle.
You know how to find me.
All right, see you, man.
See ya.
All right, everybody. I appreciate you joining us. Coach Kyle is awesome. I've been following him for a while now, and he's always got great advice when it comes to social media. So definitely get out there. While he was talking, I was going out there and commenting on, 10 stories to get started on that, because it's a great idea. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on our next guest we have. Give me 1 second here. All right, looks like we are about ready to kick off our next session. This next session is one I'm really excited for. I've spoken to both of these gentlemen before, during our podcast, Dale Vermillion and Coach Bill Hart. And, when I spoke to them afterwards, I kind of got the same feeling from them. And when I was putting this event together, I was like, you know what, I really need to get these two together and, see, how they work together and how they gel. And it couldn't have been any better. After our first call, I was like, man, these guys are amazing, and they're going to do an awesome job for us today. And they're going to talk to us about relationships, the key to relationships. Doesn't matter if it's with your spouse, doesn't matter if it's with your family, your clients, your real estate partners. Relationships are key to the future of your business and your life. So I'm going to bring these guys on so they can dig in a little deeper. All right. Good morning, gentlemen.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm fired up. I get to hang out with Dale. It's a good day.
Same about you, Bill.
Yeah, I was just telling the audience that, I've gotten you guys together twice on Zoom, and I walked away pumped up both times. Just excited for the business and excited for life, and I'm excited to put you guys in front of the people and give them a chance to experience what you guys and I experienced a couple times together. So really excited to bring you guys aboard.
Fired up to be here, man.
Yep, it's an honor.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you guys dive in, and we'll start this off. I was just telling them, your guys is going to be talking about relationships, the key to relationships, the importance of relationships. And back to our last talk, I found it unique that both of you have been married for 30 years, and both of you believe in the fact that you need to date your wife, and that's how you keep the relationship alive and going. And, like we said, you two are cut from the same cloth, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say.
Thanks, buddy. Well, Dale, why don't you tee us up, man? Why don't you start off, and I'll come alongside you.
Well, Bill, I appreciate that. And I want to say again, what an honor it is to share a webcast with you. You've got such a long story tradition in the business, and great respect among everybody, great reputation. It's just a real honor. Let me just begin by kind of saying this to everybody who's listening today. Bill and I have been around tons and tons of companies. I've had the great privilege in my career to literally train and consult to over 600 lenders around the country. And, I've seen every kind of culture that you can possibly see. And there's one thing that continually and repeatedly keeps showing itself to me year after year, day after day, month after month. And it's simply this, that the organizations who have great relational cultures are the organizations that succeed the best.
Yeah.
And that goes all the way down through the organization. That goes right down to the loan officers and the operations team and every part of the fiber of the organization. Those loan officers who really understand that the missing link in our business is not having the best technology. It's not having the best turn times. It's not having the best rates. As I've said my entire career, there is always a cheaper and there is always a faster. Let me tell you that right now. And there's always somebody that if you buy the best technology today, there's going to be a new technology tomorrow that's going to trump it. The key is taking this, fintech world we live in today, which technology is absolutely important. I don't want to minimize the importance of that to the power of a good mortgage company or a good loan officer or a good manager today. But I want to say, if you're high tech without also being high touch, you are missing the boat. Because at the end of the day, the 3 P's that everybody seems to talk about in this business, Bill, that I've found is price, product, and program. The big P they're missing is people.
Yeah.
That's the key to the game, whether it's your realtors and your referral partners, whether it's your customers, whether it's the vendors you work with. And I guess I'll launch it with, I'm wearing my t-shirt, my Others First t-shirt. This is literally our slogan for our company. Everything we do, our sales training, leadership training, operations, customer service training, consulting, it's all built on this mindset. It's based on my life verse out of the book of Philippians, chapter 2, verses 3 and 4 simply says, do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit, but in all things with humility. Key word there, humility. Value others above yourself, looking out for their interests, not your own. If you have a culture and if you have a philosophy that's others first, for yourself or for your company, and your only interest and goal is to help your customer change their life in a powerful way financially. Help your partners, your referral partners, build their business and be successful. Help your colleagues to work in the process to provide the best service to your customers, and put everybody for yourself. You know what? There's just absolutely no way you can win. And having said that, I'm going to turn over to a guy that I know is others first and get your thought process on that, Bill. That's kind of my lead in. Let's kind of go from there, Bill. Give me some thoughts.
Buddy. Well, I appreciate that. And it's funny because our relationship is a great example of this. Like we really didn't know each other before Mitch's introduction.
Yep.
And so first of all, like be like Mitch is, I think, the lesson here. Be a connector. If you're known as someone who selflessly makes those kind of introductions because these people should just know each other, man, that's gonna yield you enormous benefits. That is, I think about the people that are great connectors. Those are the people that just make things happen. So kudos to Mitch Peak for making this happen.
Yep.
Loved your intro, man. It's funny. My mind goes a million different places as you're saying all of that, but I'm picturing, either live right now or watching on a replay at some point, I'm picturing loan originators, branch managers, producing branch managers, and probably some regionals and other leaders that will be watching this at some point. And look, let's just be honest about this business, right? The mortgage industry is an interesting industry in that I am right now, Dale, mentoring 2 young people who both have college degrees and are absolutely clueless about what they want to do with their lives.
Yep.
And I know what you know, and that is that there are people watching this right now that are earning high 6-figure, plenty of 7-figure income earners who have no college degree.
Yep.
So now let's think about some of those people that we've both known, that I've coached, that you've trained. And you wouldn't be human. It's like Justin Bieber. If you suddenly just blow up with your own success, it's very easy to start believing your own press. Like, I am pretty remarkable. I am pretty amazing. Have you seen my car? And at some point that's just going to implode, right? So whether you're that person right now and you're watching this and you're like, gulp, he just described me, or someone who works for you, or that person you used to be, my guess is at some point you prioritized relationships and you realize that selfless service to others that Dale just described is what makes the world go round. And, I think of so many great examples of people that have been in this business a long time that have a large database. Like, let's just be clear. Relationships is not some airy-fairy esoteric, like, oh, sure, I should really be feeding and watering more relationships with good people. all true. But if you want to quantify it, it's in our business, it's a relationship that's in your database, right? Like one of the books that I'm going to recommend, 2 books today. This is one that you must read. Dale, I don't know if you've read Ninja Selling or not.
I'm going to.
It is a must read. It's such a great book. And one of the things that he says in the book is he says, your database is the central nervous system of your business. I've never heard it described better. It's the central nervous system of your business. It represents your relationships and is your most valuable business asset.
Yep.
So if we look at this just clinically, like with the measurement of the value of relationships, that would be the like let's sit down in front of a CPA, let's analyze this under the harsh light in an Excel spreadsheet. That's what matters at the end of the day. Now, that's not why you're going to do it. Hopefully, it might be the impetus for you to focus on it a bit more. But at the end of the day, here's a relationship that occurs to me, Dale. I'll just tell the story and then we can go back and forth. I may have mentioned this to you before in a call with Mitch, so forgive me if I'm being redundant, but somebody on this call knows the name Jerry Baker. And Jerry Baker, when I was with Building Champions, he is the coach emeritus for Building Champions. He played football at USC with John Wayne. Hello.
Cool.
He was the Commerce Undersecretary under Governor Reagan when he was the governor in California. He went on to become one of the number 2 guys at Ford and ultimately landed at First Horizon Home Loans as their CEO. I have only heard of this a couple of times in my life where this has happened, where I was coaching somebody and they say, oh yeah, Jerry Baker. Actually, I've got a handwritten note from Jerry, right? Framed on my wall. Now, who frames a handwritten note on their wall and why? They do it because Jerry was a relationship builder. Mm-hmm. Jerry, as a leader, would have a list. This is before high tech, but he would have a list on his phone of people on his commute home. Remember commuting, you guys? Like people used to commute. They would be in an office space and then they would drive home. Now your commute is
that someday.
Walk outside the door and there's my family, right? So anyway, but on his way home, he would call people. He would be calling his top producers and it would, sometimes it was recognition, but more often that was not. It's like, how's your dad? Hey, how's your dog? I know there was a challenge with that. How was that vacation? Oh man, that's so exciting. He was building relationships and it was so valuable to people that they framed his handwritten notes on their wall. To me, that's the litmus test. Like, do you want to build your database? Yes. But are you building those kind of relationships? Which, oh, by the way, ended up with, this is the final thing I'll say about Jerry. He invited my wife, Tony, and I to his 70th, his wife did, his 70th birthday party at Pelican Hill down in Southern California. And as we sat in that room, we realized, oh my goodness, we're the only ones that aren't a part of his old crowd. And he gets up and he says, well, here we are, the top of the hill gang. Well, then I realized these guys in their 70s have all known each other since their 20s.
Wow.
And they've been through illnesses and deaths of spouses and divorces, but the buddies all still hang together. And I thought, this is wealth. This is wealth. When you can sit in a room with people that you have been friends with for 50 years that still want to hang out with one another. Dale, I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah, agreed. No question about it. You know, it's interesting because I think we can all agree, everybody watching and listening to this podcast, and certainly Bill and I will agree to this, but I think we all can agree that philosophically we believe relationships are important. No question about it. Nobody's going to argue that point. However, I will tell you that categorically in my career, 38 years, we're in a society that's so tech heavy. We're in an industry that's so tech heavy. We're all about efficiencies nowadays. Well, efficiency is important, obviously, but not at the sake of losing relationship. Right. Because at the end of the day, if they love you, they'll pay you a little more to get the loan if they need to. And you don't have to be the best priced or, the fastest out there. We joked about this last time. There's always a faster, there's always a cheaper. Don't ever forget that. But there's not a better if you build quality relationships. And this is how you build the database that Bill was just talking about. It's one transaction, one human being, one conversation, one relationship at a time. And then you leverage those relationships to get to expand out to everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think what you're describing is that, it's the name of my podcast, right? It's being all in, Dale. And so here's the way I view this. I'm going to give you an example, and then I'll try and explain kind of the bigger picture. An example of this is a client I recently started with tells me in kind of an offhanded manner at the beginning of the call before we start jumping into the tactical side. How are you? What's been going on? Oh, it's great. Had a great weekend playing golf with my son. For turns out he's 14. He's really got an aptitude for it. Who knew? And he's really thinking like, this could go somewhere, right? And so what I start thinking about after the fact, and I make a note in my journal because I don't rely on my memory. I'm always going to make a note wherever you do that, whether it's a CRM or Outlook or Notes or, physically for me, I'm a big fan of the Full Focus Planner, and because I'm old school, and I just write down the note, his name, Junior Golf. Well, I know a guy named Jeff Ritter who used to head up the junior golf program at Pebble Beach and was the pro at Cypress Ridge, Cypress, right next door to it, not Cypress Ridge. And has since relocated to Oregon, to Pronghorn up there, for those of you that know Sun River. His name is Jeff Ritter. So I reach out to Jeff, and he's like, well, I do go down there and I do work with some of the, the more advanced kids, but I have a team now that does that. But at the end of the day, I've got a name, I've got a link. So now I send that to my new client. Dale, we could talk about strategies and tools and techniques and, everything that could make a difference in this guy's business. But what I did is I listened to him as to what he valued, and I came back to him with something that showed that I paid attention and
Awesome.
that I understood that that was important to him. And he's floored, right? He's like, Coach, that is so cool. So what happens is with a new client, my relationship just got so much deeper and trust became so much more significant as a result of that. So as long as I stay, Todd Duncan used to talk all the time about the difference between transactional and relational. It's really easy to stay in that transactional zone because it feels kind of safe.
Yep.
But that's the danger zone, right? To your point earlier, it's like, if you start quoting rates, you're going to lose that battle every time. Like, here's my best line. I once heard from a guy with a big old hat, big old belt buckle in Texas. And he said, when somebody asked me rate, here's how I respond to that. I say, well, I can get you 0%. It's going to take 100% down. Like, it's the best line in history in the mortgage industry. Like, I can get you, it's the reduction to the ridiculous, right? So you completely move it off. But let's think about relationships for a second. Yes, they're important in business, and it's the whole reason that we're talking today. But I'm going to tell you without preaching at you, because everybody's got a different belief system. I grew up in the Episcopal Church in Miami, Florida. I was an acolyte, which is like an altar boy, and you wear the robes, and you got the little candle things and the incense, and there's Latin that I could care less about what was happening in that church. Years later, I discover, oh, I can have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Like, really? Yeah. So now I talk to him every day. Like, and for some of you, you're thinking, I don't even know what this guy's talking about, but I'm telling you, and if you want to have a conversation, you know how to find me, reach out to me. I'd be happy to talk to you or Dale, because I know you share the same belief system. But that changed everything for me when I removed myself from the religious side and recognize that, oh my goodness, I actually can have a relationship with my God. That's incredible. The next closest relationship to that is with my bride. And this is what Mitch was talking about. You and I have been married 30 years. And here's what I learned the hard way. So I worked really hard to win Tony's heart in the beginning, like really hard. I would write notes on, I'll bet you did something similar, Dale. I would write notes on the back of my business card and put it under her windshield, windshield wiper, right? Like I would have things sent to the place where she was getting her hair done. Like, kid you not, because you send flowers to a lady sitting at the chair with the thing around her with the aluminum foil in her hair. All the other women are like, oh, dude, I got mileage out of that, right?
Points. You got points.
I was leaning in, man. I was all in. So now I married the girl, and at some point she says to me, in like our first year of marriage, I really miss those things you used to do. And I'm like, ding, 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 red alert, red alert. So now Tony will tell you, I wake up long before her because I start my days very early. She gets a note leaning up against her coffee cup every single morning. every single morning. So I'm demonstrating to her that I value her every single day. I pray with her. I hold her in my arms in the morning and at night. We have a weekly date night that fell off a little bit through COVID, but weekly date night. Like, I'm investing in that relationship.
Yep.
And so now if I stretch that out into my team members, I coach a lot of leaders now, Dale. That's almost all that I coach. And one of the most important things one of the most important conversations I can have with them is when they're telling me about this situation with a team member. And my first question is, tell me what you know about them.
Yeah. Right.
Very often they don't know enough. And so one of the great things that Larry talks about in this book is something you and I learned years ago. But if you're under 40 in this business, you may never have heard FORD, which is family, occupation, recreation, and dreams. I need to know the answers to those things for my team members so that I know how to pour into them, so that the things that matter to them are now connected to what they do for me on my team rather than our corporate or team goals. So there's some very specific and tactical ways to go about this, but I'm just telling you guys, start at the top, work through your relationships. This is not just about business. This is your life, because they're now interconnected, right, Dale? I mean, this is all kind of one 24-hour, period of time. There's no division like there used to be.
Yeah, boy, so many nuggets of wisdom right there, Bill, that I appreciate. And you're right. We do have the same faith, same belief. We come from the same place. Biggest single day in my life was a day that I met Jesus too. I mean, that literally made the difference. And look, the thing that I've learned the most from that is the power of forgiveness. That's the foundation of love, is being willing and able to see people for who they could be, not who they are. It's looking, because I'm sure things have been said across the lines that probably shouldn't have been said, and they were probably said out of the heat of the moment in the middle of battle. And you know what? That doesn't define us. What we got to do is we got to let go of that. You may have heard this saying. I love it. Unforgiveness is like drinking poison and wishing the other person would die.
Exactly. Not a great strategy.
Not a great strategy. It's really not.
Yeah.
So although some of you are like, wow, this conversation's going different than what I thought. Look, this is the ground. This is the foundation. Your belief systems and how you view relationships will impact every part of your life. Ron Jensen,
right.
Great friend of mine, incredible speaker and leader. He's written hundreds of books. Great guy. He had this quote that I love so much. He said, personality is what we are in public. Okay. He said, personality is what we are in public. Character is what we are in private.
Yeah.
And integrity is when the two are the same.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You said some moment ago, Bill, it's so important. We live compartmentalized lives where we have our work life, we have our home life, we have our faith life, we have our exercise life, we have, our friends' life. You got to put those all together because they're all relationship based. And you got to understand that the more you focus on powerful relationships, the more you succeed in every aspect of life.
Right.
People want to work with people they like and trust.
That's right.
And that's the key. And look, you can trust somebody, not like them, by the way.
Oh, for sure.
It means you're honest. But liking somebody means they're relational. And I'll say this last thing, and I want to turn it back over to you, Bill. I teach the principle with salespeople all the time about building a relationship with their customers and being able to solve their needs the way you need to win big. Yeah. And the key to that is you can't fix what you don't understand. Don't ever forget that. So if I have a referral partner I want to work with, how do I help them in their business? The way I help them in their business is I got to understand what their needs are, what their challenges are, what things matter to them, both personally and professionally. That's all relationship. And once I understand that, now I can solve those. Same for my customers, same for my colleagues. That's just the way it works. The more you build in a relationship, the more you get to know about other people. And once you know about them, now you can help them to get where they want to be. And as Zig Ziglar said so eloquently, your success is based on how many other people you help get to the top. And when you help them get to the top, they help you get to the top. That's just the way it works.
You bet. Yeah, man. Well, yeah, so well described. And again, just like is happening, you and I are playing, idea tennis here. You tee up so many different places that I could go with this, but the first place my mind goes is with one of these young people that I'm mentoring right now. This kid is, he is 25. He has a degree in finance. He lost his dad when he was young. And so I think he sees me as a bit of a father figure, and that's why I'm more than happy to step into his life. And I'm not charging him, obviously. I'm just hanging out with him. But you know, he thinks, Dale, he thinks that he wants to move into financial services. But what finally came out is he said, "Look, I told my wife, and they've been married 3 years, and I told him to affirm with her how smart she is, because her response to what he said is brilliant." He said, "I don't know how it is that I could make money at something that I enjoy," like he enjoys finance, where the information that I would give to people is information that they could find on YouTube. I would feel guilty about that. Now, I don't think this is uncharacteristic of that generation.
No,
I actually think, and it's beautiful. Like I love the intrinsic sort of reaction and feeling about that. But what she said to him is what you and I would say to him, and I reiterated. And she said, "Well, yeah, but that's not what people are paying you for. I mean, you could go on YouTube and figure out how to retile your bathroom, but you'd probably make a mess of it. You'd probably hire somebody who was an expert." And that's what I said to him is, for nearly 20 years, I've been coaching people in one industry, in the mortgage industry, who are dealing with people who think that, like, I can just go online and get this data and get this problem solved and get a lower rate. But what you just said, I've never heard it said that way before. You said you can't fix what you don't understand. That's a great quote. And I made notes on that, Dale, just so that you know. But it reminds me of the quote that I shared with him from Dr. Tony Alessandra, who wrote the book Non-Manipulative Selling, another great book that while I won't have it in the links for you, it's a great book, like run towards that book, Non-Manipulative Selling. He says prescription before diagnosis is malpractice. So how do we diagnose? We diagnose by asking questions. We diagnose by being genuinely interested in people. If I rush headlong into the rate conversation, I'm going to lose that every day. But if I find out that, oh, I've got somebody over here who's 32 years old, they own one home, they actually like to own 3 rentals by the time they're 40, that's a very different conversation than this person over here who is 66 that's starting to look at retirement and is like watching Tom Selleck with AAG commercials saying, "Can you tell me a little bit about this reverse thing? Because I don't really have much of a retirement." Like, we got to find out what's going on in people's heads. And so the best way to do that is to be genuinely interested. You know, I did interviewing for years. I interviewed top producing realtors for probably 20 years. And I remember listening to an interview with Larry King, arguably one of the greatest interviewers of all time. Hello, Poughkeepsie, right? and his one piece of advice is he said, "Stay in curiosity." And so I think it's what you and I are doing right now, Dale. Like, I don't have an agenda of points that I want to cover. I'm just bouncing off you and you're bouncing off me because we have, 30 years of experience of doing this. But in the same way, if you show up as a loan originator, as a branch manager, let's talk about recruiting for a second. Like, this is a big deal in our industry right now, right? And there's a couple ways to do it. You can throw cash at people, or you can begin to build a relationship with people. If you're in a leadership role, if you're a branch manager and you're recruiting loan originators, the most effective way you can do that is to be genuinely interested in those people. Just like I said earlier with that junior golf story, you can do that through social. One of the things that Dale and I didn't have when we were building our business was social media. Like, you remember Nexus Lexus? Like, that's where we used to go for stuff. You had to subscribe to it. Now it's like, dude, I know your cat's name. I know where you were on vacation. I know what you value. It's so much easier, right? It's an easier day for this.
It is. And it's interesting to me, when you think about even simple things like prospecting for referral partners. I ask loan officers all the time this question: what research did you do before you ever called that prospective partner to talk to them about helping them with their business? What did you know about them? Did you go on and find out about their business? Did you go on and find out what awards they've won? Did you go on and find out what charities they give to, what things matter to them? Because if you'd open the conversation with your prospect call and said, "Hey, the reason I'm calling is because, you know what? I've done my research. You have an incredible company. And the fact that you've given this much to charity, the fact that you've done this in the community, the fact that you guys are one of the top, this is the kind of people I like to work with. I would love to meet with you because we're like-minded." They would open the door in a second.
For sure. For
sure.
sure.
All relational. And I got to share a quick story because you said something that triggered a funny story. You gave that definition of prescription without diagnosis is malpractice. I've been teaching loan officers this story for years. So what's one of the biggest challenges loan officers have in the mortgage business? It's rate resistance, right? It's borrower gets on the phone, asks you the rate. Every loan officer thinks they have to have the lowest rate. And the number one mistake loan officers make is they quote rates up front. Now, for years, I've showed this loan officers, look, borrower gets on the phone with me today and says, I want to know what your rate is. I'm going to say to them, that's a great question. I'm really glad you asked me that. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know yet because we've not even met each other yet. Like, this is our first interaction. I don't know anything about you yet. But you know what? As soon as I take some time with you at no cost or obligation and get to know about your situation, your qualification, your goals, I'm going to tell you exactly what it'll be. And if you don't love it, you don't have to work with me. You can always work with somebody else. Now, that person says to me, no. I've had rate quotes. I've had this. I just want you to give me a rate quote. Here's what I used to say to them. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Jones? Let's say you go to the doctor today, you're not feeling good. And you say to the doctor, look, I'm not feeling good. I'm not sure what's wrong, but I'm kind of in a hurry. So can you just tell me what's wrong and write me a prescription? What would the doctor say? Well, he'd say, no, you're right. That would be medical malpractice. So you know what? Me giving you a rate quote without an application is mortgage malpractice. And I'm not going to commit. And you know what? It really is that easy. We need to build a relationship. I need to understand not just your qualifications, your situation, and your goals.
Yep.
Because if I'm going to help you in the right way, and I'll give you a perfect example of this. You know, I see this all the time with loan officers. They get off the phone and it's always, oh, this, that. I go, what did you know about that borrower? Let me ask you a question. When do they plan to retire? I don't know. How can you not know that? If you're on the phone to give them a potential 30-year loan, don't you need to know when they plan to retire? Because studies tell us that at retirement, most Americans' income drops by 1/2 to 2/3. So they really need to be debt-free if they're really going to live the golden years golden. So if you don't know when they're going to retire, you have no idea what the right term is to provide them, which, by the way, is going to drive the rate on the loan. But if you'd ask them the question, when you're going to retire, they say 65, and you say, how old are you today? And they say 45. You would have said to them, then let me give you a 20-year option because that would probably meet your needs better than 30. That one bit of advice by asking one question not only built relationship.
For sure.
It positioned you so much better with your customers. And that's just one of 1,000 questions.
But that's a great example. One of the things that I've seen many times, Dale, is you use a tool like Mortgage Coach. There are similar tools. I'm a big fan of Mortgage Coach, known David Savage for years. And one of the things that I've seen that works really well is if I'm trying to build new relationships with realtors, first of all, recognize that everybody's trying to build new relationships with realtors, right, in a purchase market, and there's not enough purchase business to go around. So it gets weird for them. It gets strange for the realtors. So one of the great things to do is to find another way in, right? Like, don't just come through the front door. Take another direction. And so to your point, one of the things that I've seen people do is to use something like a total cost analysis, but to offer the realtor a sample. Like, one of the things that we've seen to create a much higher conversion rate with the transactions that you're involved out in there with a multiple, in a multiple offer environment would be the total cost analysis. I'd be happy to do one on your property if you'd like to see that. I just need a few individual variables on your situation. I'll knock that out, send it to you. It'll be custom. And if we never work together, you'll have more information, more consideration about your own property. If there's no downside to you, all we have to do is schedule a 10-minute call. I need a few data points from you. I'll fire that off to you tomorrow afternoon.
Yep.
That kind of thing can open doors because you're not trying to come through the same front door that everybody else is. Like, as you know, there's a whole school of thought out there, Dale, that says, call your realtors Monday morning. I get it. And it's a very successful coaching company, and a lot of super successful people are doing exactly as they say. I'm just telling you guys, I've coached and know a lot of top producing realtors who say to me, what is the deal with the Monday morning calls? Like, do they not think I'm going to call them if I have a need? Like, all I'm saying is it's the contrarian theory, right? And Dale, I'm pretty sure you live life this way. I've seen your muscle car and your cowboy boots, and you're not fitting into anybody's mold, right? So it's like the contrarian theory just says, look at where everybody else is going and then go the other way. Right. Am I right?
Absolutely right. They call that differentiation.
Absolutely, man.
It is your unique proposition. All the time and I've trained, so many just like you, young people out of the gate or experienced people, and and they'll give me well, my price and my products and my person. I go, forget all that. Well, your personality is your tool. That is what's going to win you the business.
Yep.
Is where you build a relationship where people think of you first.
Yep.
They trust you most. They believe in you the greatest. That all comes from personal relationship.
Totally does.
That doesn't come from turn times, these other things, because the fact of the matter is you can have a great turn time on one deal and a lousy turn time on the next. If you don't have a rock solid relationship, they will not send you more business because you've predicated your entire relationship on performance.
That's right.
That's a mistake. You got to predicate your entire relationship on relationship.
Yes.
You have to have the trust and loyalty where the more they trust and they're loyal to you, the more they'll forgive you, the more they'll allow you to make mistakes once in a while, and they'll be willing to understand that. Otherwise, if you're on the performance plan, forget it. Good luck with that one.
That's right.
Ain't none of us good enough for that plan in life or in eternity, either one.
It is so true, man. So you bring me to my second book recommendation. This is The Likability Factor by Tim Sanders. Tim is the former leadership coach at Yahoo. And I remember him on stage at a Duncan Group sales mastery event. I'm going to say it was 15 years ago, man. It was a long time ago. It was, let me think about this. Was it before the crash? I'll bet it was. It was before the crash. It was probably 06. And I'm there with David Childers, who now works at Keeping Current Matters. And he and I are backstage, and Dave is pulling the mic off of Tim to put it on me because I'm going to go out on stage next. You know that moment backstage, that brief moment, right? And Tim has got tears in his eyes. He's just finished a keynote in front of 1,000 people. And Dave's like, "You okay, man?" And he just looks at both of us and he said, "There's a lot of pain out there."
Yeah.
Wow. Like, that's very discerning. Like, and so what he was seeing, I talked to him about it later. I didn't want to make any assumptions about it. He said, you can just see there's a lot of posing going on out there. There are people that are bigger than life personalities and bigger than life suit watches and purses. And he said, there's a lot of pain out there. And in his book, he talks about the likability factor. And what that is it's what you have in buckets, Dale. You've got it. And it's where people are attracted to you because of who you are, because of your God-given gifts, because of the way that you were made. But I'm telling you, he talks about how to develop that. And one of the great things about that now, that book was before social media. The magic about social media now, you guys, and I know this is being talked about by other speakers, but I really want you to file this away. If you can create a presence, a genuine presence that is you, where people say, you know what, I feel like I know you and I like you.
Yep.
This is a home run. Dale, I know you do this. I absolutely do this because of Gary Vaynerchuk. Gary V sold me probably 12 years ago in his first book, Crush It, on the power of video. And so I started to use video a lot. I mean, this is no accident, what you see here, right? Any more than yours is. You've got a very specific backdrop. You've got lighting. You've got a great mic. All of this is because I know that the more of me the things that interest me, that appeal to me, that fire me up, when I push that stuff out, I'm connecting with people. And guess what? I'm creating relationships.
Yeah.
So if you're on this call right now and you've just come through a year and a half of COVID and you're not shaking hands with people and seeing people's smiles because of masks, one of the magical things about social media right now, there's a lot to hate. I get it. But the good part is when somebody says to you, and I hear this all the time, and I'll bet you do as well, Dale, somebody will reach out to me that I don't know. It happens all the time. And they'll say, I feel like I know you. I like your stuff. I just had a guy now just tell me, he just retired at 62. He said, man, I love your stuff. I just turned my son on to it. He just got hired by the Secret Service. He volunteered for, I don't know what branch of service, but on September 12th, 2001, like the day after the attack. And he said, I want him to follow you. I want him to see your stuff. So I'm saying to you guys, if you're not playing the social media opportunity towards one of developing relationships, you are missing one of the biggest opportunities that you have right now, and arguably the largest unfair competitive advantage that you can build. Build relationships on social media. Did you know on Facebook that you can sort your friends? So you could theoretically, you can have a group of realtors, you can have a group of borrowers where you go in. So your Facebook feed doesn't have to be that person that you went to school with showing their latte or their cat, right? You're just watching all your realtors. You can like and comment. Don't lurk. You got to make comments. Start making comments, liking and comments, and watch what happens. Those relationships will start to, there's a tipping point that happens once you begin to engage. Yep. I don't think there's a better time to build relationships, Dale, than we have before, because you and I had to do it the old-fashioned way. We had to show up at realtor events. We had to show up at networking events. We had to show up at Rotary clubs. For goodness sakes, it's so much easier now, you guys. So much easier.
I love all what you just said. It's so powerful. And you said something so critically important there, and that is be genuine. You got to be genuine. Like, it can't be you're slapping the same old statement on everybody's, you're trying to be so efficient that one realtor sees you post on another realtor and you posted the same exact statement. It's like you copy and pasted to everybody out there.
Right.
And be mindful, be so mindful of what is on your social media.
That's right.
It blows my mind. How many loan officers I train and ask me the question, if I Google you right now, what am I going to find? And all of a sudden they're like, they look startled. I'm like, if you look startled, you're already behind the 8 ball.
It's a problem. Yeah.
Because if you Google me, I can tell you what you're going to find. You're going to find, I'm going to come right up on the first page and you're going to have 10 pages of me. And there's not going to be anything negative in there because I'm very careful in how I present myself. I'm very careful to make sure I'm living a life that matches to what I preach. If I'm going to preach others first, I darn well better be others first. If I'm going to say I love people, I better be loving people. So you better be finding things that shows I love people. Otherwise, I'm not sincere. I'm not genuine. Those things are important. I mean, I'm even going to use this example because it's perfect, Bill. You and I met for the first time. How that ever happened, I have no idea. As many years we've both been doing this. But yeah, thank you, Lord, for that. But here's the deal. We connected on social media right away. And I just happened to see a post come up after I connect with Bill about a prison ministry that he's doing and how he's sitting down across face to face. The picture spoke 1,000 words. When I looked at Bill looking dead in the eyes of a prisoner who he was building a relationship with and mentoring, you know what? Every person deserves a chance at life. And I looked at it and said, that guy's the real deal right there. I can see it. You can't make that picture up.
Right.
It's important that you understand that your social media, not only is it a great relationship tool, but it is how people are going to evaluate you, view you, and see you initially. Now, they're going to get to know you more, and then they'll see that you're actually like you say you are, or should see that.
That's right.
The bottom line is you got to be mindful of that. Sometimes we throw up these blatant posts and we don't think about things. You got to think about everything that you do because you're trying to build those powerful relationships.
It's so true, man. I know that you're a LinkedIn power user and I'm really not. I just sort of post all my stuff to all the platforms and kind of do it the same way, which is not the way you're supposed to do it. It's what I do. But I've noticed that when people hit me up, and I'll bet you've had the same experience on LinkedIn, once they find out you're a trainer or a coach, right, they want to help you build your business. And I get that. They can sort that way. They can identify their candidates just like you guys do with realtors. But let me tell you what I don't respond to. What I don't respond to are the generic messages where they clearly haven't taken any time to figure out who I am.
Right.
The ones I do respond to, even though I'm generally telling them no, because I don't need any help building my business at this stage of the game, is the ones that they say something like, hey, coach, I saw the book that you wrote. I love that you've interviewed top producing, or I love that you've interviewed the military to find, lessons for top producers in your book, White Collar Warrior, or they'll reference a recent talk that I've given or a post that I've made. They took just a little extra time, right? To me, it's what in the old days, here's what I was trained to do 40 years ago. You go and you sit in the prospect's office and you look around their walls. You remember this, Dale. Zig taught this, right? It's like, Have they got a marlin up there? Do they have bowling trophies? Like, do they have pictures of their kids? You would look for ways, physical ways to anchor what they value. And then you would work on developing rapport. Well, now we do it through social media. And one more book. Sorry, I'm surrounded by books. This is a great book. This is a great book called Never Enough by Mike Hayes. Mike was is a former commanding officer of the U.S. Navy SEAL Team 2. At one point, he was in charge of 2,000 men and women in the Middle East. He became a White House fellow, and in that way, he was an active duty Navy SEAL wearing a suit in the White House. And he said, so I had to build some relational equity inside the White House. And I decided that I was going to start spending my time having lunch with somebody who I needed to know. And he said it was a very simple 3-step process. This is going to be really obvious to you, Dale. But if you're watching this right now, you guys, if you haven't mastered this, these are 3 keys that you need to building relationships. Mike needed it in the White House. You need it in your business. He said, number 1, obviously I want to sit down and I want to find out everything I can about them by asking questions.
Right. And listening intently.
And listening. Exactly. Right. He didn't need to pontificate. He didn't need to talk about who he was. He's asking questions, genuinely listening, and making notes. Number 2, he said, I'm looking for commonalities, someplace where I can build rapport. As an example of this, I had a client the other day who's a tournament fisherman, like it was televised tournament fishing. I could care less about fishing. I've never liked fishing. It's never made any sense to me. I don't like it. It's not my idea of a good time. But I connected with him on a competitive level. This guy competes, tournament fishing. That's the place we're going to connect. And then he said, number 3 is I was looking for, is there some area in their life where I can bring value to them? Do they have a need? Is there someone they need to know? Is there someone I can introduce them to? Is there a problem that I can help them solve? If you'll take that 3-step approach, learn more about them, look for points of common, and see that, oh, Bill's apparently into aviation and loves P-51s. Yes. I had a bucket list experience 2 years ago where a bunch of clients got together and decided to surprise me with a ride in a P-51. Surprised me. Yeah. It was a next to the Blue Angels ride, which I'm still kind of hanging on to. This was the thing that was most important to me in my life. So you could pour into that. You guys, look for ways to touch people's hearts. Daniel Harkavy, the founder of Building Champions, calls it flipping the light switches on people's hearts. If you'll focus on that, you'll have the opportunity of a lifetime because you're connecting with more people.
That's awesome. Such good stuff, Bill. And I'm going to throw a quote out here to kind of bring all of this together. And here's the quote. True relationships are always preceded by research. Now that sounds so kind of strange, but let me tell you why it's not strange. I've been married 30 years to my wife, Laurel. When we started dating, I wanted to impress her. So what did I do? I talked to her best friends and said, what kind of food does she like? What kind of things does she want to do? Because you know what? On that first date, I wanted that to be the date that she says, I got to marry this dude. And you know what? 30 years later, here we are. Great relationships always start with great research. If you know the people in advance, it gives you the leg up to start that conversation. And even when Bill mentioned the car, you saw the big old smile on my face. Okay. When you hit that thing they love, they're going to open up for you. And you know what? You're going to get their business.
That's it, man.
Man, I love it. You guys could go all day long, and I think you would hold the crowd's attention. So I'm really happy that you guys joined us. And I will say one thing, Bill. If Dale is not familiar with Steve Sims, you need to take him to prison.
Good point. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to have to join me in prison, Dale.
I'll be there, man. I'd love it.
If you have not met Steve Sims, let Bill or I introduce you because that's a guy you need to know.
So here's the deal, Bill. I'll go hang at the prison with you, and you can come with me to India or Guatemala and get down in the trenches and the villages and sit down and pray with people face to face. You know, who need all the help in the world you can imagine, and we'll bandage them up and take care of their wounds. That's what I love.
Open the door, buddy. Open the door. I'd be happy to join you.
Man, that's impactful, and you know what you guys are doing as a whole. I love it, and you know, like I said, I knew it would be magical after we first got together and first spoke. So definitely, Dale, let us one of us introduce you to Steve Sims, and I think he has plans to go back to prison again soon, and he leads that charge. And I mean, it like you said, it's impactful, and everybody deserves a second opportunity. And I saw that same picture you're talking about that Dale or that Bill posted, Dale, and I looked at it for like 2 minutes.
Yep.
And like I could just see that there was a connection, there was real serious conversation happening. And I was thinking like, what is the guy on the other end thinking? Like, what is Bill thinking? So that picture, it said a lot. I mean, just by looking at it, I sat there like, man, what is going on, in that conversation?
Yeah, it was life-changing, man. Well, buddy, thanks for the opportunity. Dale, I am always better off hanging out with you and spending time. I wish we lived closer, but the good news is we can find reasons to get together. So I look forward to that. Mitch, thanks for making it happen. As I said, you're the ultimate connector. Well done. I didn't see this coming. I'm grateful for it. The fact that we're able to share what we would share anyway, if it was just the two of us hanging out with a group of people that hopefully are sharpened and encouraged, makes this a bonus.
Absolutely.
Well, feelings totally mutual, Bill. Appreciate that so much. God bless you, my friend, for what you're doing. And I look forward to a long friendship between us. And Mitch, everything Bill just said, I just second the motion.
Well, I appreciate you guys saying yes. That's what it takes for things like this to happen. And if the prison thing happens or the trip to India or anything happens, keep us up to date. I'd love to hear about it and what the future holds for two great minds together. So definitely let us know.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the opportunity.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you guys a lot.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
We'll see you.
All right.
Woo, man, that was awesome. Hopefully you guys took notes. Drop some links in the comments for some of the books that Coach Bill Hart was talking about, so you guys can grab those. Hopefully you took from that what I did, that these two know what they're talking about. They've made the mistakes. They've had the ups, the downs, the ins and outs of this business and, relationships, and they're telling you, how to do things. So take advantage of that. And I'm going to bring in our next sponsor. So give me 1 second here before we get on to our next. Hello, Carla.
Hey, Mitch.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I want to thank you for sponsoring our event with Real Estate Assistant. I definitely want to hear more about what you guys do, and I'm sure our audience does as well. So I'll let you take the stage here, and you got a few minutes to talk about what you guys do.
All right. Well, thank you so much. This has been a really great event based on what I've seen. It's super educational. It's definitely helping a lot of people in our industry, and real estate and mortgage and insurance is in a really good place right now. And it's definitely good that these people are also investing in learning and in growing their business. So hi guys, I'm Carla of realestateassistant.com. I'm the CEO of this company, and we do virtual assistant services for real estate. We serve realtors, brokers, mortgage brokers, all sorts of mortgage professionals. And we also recently opened our insurance division. So we are starting to serve insurance agents now as well. So we are a 100% managed company. There's no freelancers, and all of our plans include your phone system, and there's ongoing support. And then you can also choose your own time zone. So just a little background of the company. I started this with Perry Belcher. He is my business partner, and he's one of the founders of digitalmarketer.com and traffic and conversion. So he's a very big guy in the digital marketing space. And me as a Filipina, I grew up in the Philippines. I also had a couple of outsourcing companies throughout the years. So we zeroed in serving this market. And I'm proud to say that over the course of, even just like this is our second year in the business, we've been really growing so fast, even without paying for ads. And it's just all referrals. And we've also just been cruising with the development of the industry. So if it's your first time, or if you've never hired a virtual assistant before, there's a lot of tasks a lot of the day-to-day and tedious tasks that you can just pass off, and then you can focus on just making money, making the connections that you need to grow your business. There's a lot of things that our virtual assistants really do well, and they're trained for your industry. So we do appointment setting, we do client intake and client follow-up. So we will do that for you. They also manage your social media for you. So no matter how many platforms you have, we just educate them on your brand and on your languaging, and they'll manage that for you. So you don't need to worry if you posted this thing, if you posted that testimonial, and all of these things contribute to you growing your brand and growing people's confidence in working with you. So we also do database management, email management. They can even run newsletters for you, for your clients, VIP client gifting. We do that as well. And a lot of just admin stuff that you want them to take care of, even some light bookkeeping or updating your WordPress site. They can also do that for you. We actually have a list of like 33 things a virtual assistant can do for you. And you can find them at our website. It's realestateassistant.com. Another service that we also do is, and it's included in the VA service, is they can also help you with recruiting people for your team and even research. So Coach Bill and Dale said, they've talked about the importance of research, and so your virtual assistants can take care of that. So yeah, so there's a lot of benefits, and I'm very happy to share what we do. So thank you so much, Mitch, for giving me the opportunity to share what we do and to help more people in the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I appreciate you sponsoring the event. And we'll go back again to yesterday when, Kenneth and Kellen said, if you're not hiring someone to do the minimal tasks, then you are the person. They said, if you don't hire a $10 an hour employee, then you are the $10 an hour employee. So
yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. It hits home that, an assistant like this could do a lot to help your company grow, because you can get rid of some of those extra tasks that are just taking time away from you. That's not money-making tasks.
Absolutely. And having a one-to-one exclusive assistant for just $10 an hour really makes a difference. And you guys, you will never go back to not having an assistant. Your life's just so much better.
Absolutely. I bet. So again, we appreciate you joining us. We appreciate you, coming on and giving the 5-minute speech on what you guys do. And if anybody's interested in reaching out to you, what's the best way to contact you?
Yeah, so they can reach us at realestateassistant.com. But for your audience, I'm also very happy to share my number. It's 725-226-8022. You can just text me. Just tell me you're part of this event. And by the way, for everyone who joined Mitch and this Build Your Empire event, I'm going to give you 2 weeks free on your first month at realestateassistant.com. So you can just reach out to us or just text me. It's 725-226-8022 and mention that you're part of this event, and I'll give you 2 weeks free on your first month. Awesome.
Well, we appreciate that, and I'm sure you will definitely be getting some texts from our audience, because if people want to go from 5 to 10 loans a month, they definitely got to have more time, and they got to find a way to do that. And assistant is definitely the way to do it. So again, we appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you. You too, Carla. All right, everybody. Go check out Carla and what she's offering over there at Real Estate Assistant. You guys, you have to be able to get rid of some of those tasks that aren't making you money, and that's the perfect way to do it. So let me bring on my next guest here. He is a legend in the broker and mortgage community. I see Tom sightings all over social media. Airports, restaurants, events. It's like, where is Tom instead of where is Waldo? So let me bring him on. There he is. Tom, how are you, sir?
Good. How are you, Mitch? Thank you for having me.
Oh, I'm doing awesome, man. I am excited to have you. I was just telling everybody, I see the Tom sightings all over Facebook, so I'm about to make one of my own. That we found you live on the event here. So how's it going, man?
Good. Things are good. I'm sorry?
Did you just get back from UWM?
Yeah. So we just got back yesterday from UWM. I took my team out there. It's like my 5th time being there. Every time it gets better and better. Each time I go there, it's great to be around like-minded individuals in this market, in this community that we have. In the broker mortgage community. They say iron sharpens iron. So it's great to, if you're not inspired by the people that are around you, change who you're around. I mean, that's the best advice. And this is a perfect example. I mean, look at the all-star lineup of guests that you have. Like, it's things like this event that we need to participate in. I guarantee you, even the most successful people in this industry will learn something from these types of events.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, I'm like a fanboy with that last event with Dale and Bill, and just their back and forth. They had none of that planned, none of that written out. I mean, it's just two genuine guys who love people and love to help people, and you could tell by their conversation that they're just genuine, amazing people. And if I'm going to take advice, I'm definitely going to start with those guys and start building relationships with everyone and make it a true relationship, And I think that's one thing that's kind of springboarded you, in your career. How long have you been in the mortgage business?
So 2 years and 2 months I've been licensed in the mortgage business.
So in those 2 years, I mean, you have springboarded, to what I would say the front of the broker community as a leader and as someone that, people like and trust. And that's, something that you've done, along those 2 years that have sent you to where you're at. So you're obviously doing it correctly. And, the reason that you're coming on here today is you want to talk about your why, like rediscovering and how to discover, for the new people, why you get in the business. And for the people that have been in here for a long time, how do you rediscover why you've been in the business? So I'm going to turn it over to you and let you talk to the audience.
Absolutely. Thank you again. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining me. Mitch asked me to speak about finding our why and why we do this business. Obviously, we're all blessed to be in this business. I truly feel that way. Don't get me wrong. I have tough days. I have long days. I have stressful days. There's times where I'm not happy with some of the partners that we work with, whether they're agents or title companies. However, I always try to remember why we do this job and the people that we do it for. It is those times that are the most stressful, that remembering what excites me about this business and remembering what excites me about helping our families, the customers that allow us to do their mortgage for them. And always trying to remember, like one of my first jobs, I sold vacuum cleaners and video games. And I was really good at selling vacuum cleaners and video games. And I moved up to selling TVs and stereos. And even that was important to me. But now remembering those types of sales and how important what we do now, being a mortgage professional in the real estate business, how important what we sell is to our consumers. And nobody wants to go into debt for 30 years. This is a luxury that people are able to do, but it allows them to obtain a home for their family and start building wealth for their family. And so always remembering why we do this is important. A couple stories I want to share with everyone. And always treating every customer like they're the most important is crucial. It's that treatment that we share with our consumers and the way that we treat them that's most important. When I first came to Nexa, January of 2020, I had been here for 3 months. I came in the end of 19, and I was given a couple of veteran leads when I came to this company. I was given 3 VA leads. And they were very low loan amounts. They weren't the best leads, I'll be honest with you, but I was new and I didn't care. I was so excited to get given 3 leads, and I was at a new company. I was excited. And so I decided I was going to work those leads like they were $10 million loans. I didn't care how much the loan value was. And the first client that I got in touch with, it was a $93,000 VA loan. And it was a IRRRL. To make the loan work, I had to do 1%. It literally paid me $350 commission before taxes after everything was said and done. But when I was talking with this customer, I wasn't just talking to him about his mortgage. I asked him what branch of the military he served in. And he told me something. He told me that he actually retired from 25 years or 26 years in the Army, and then he joined the Air Force. And that resonated with me because my grandfather retired from the Army. Actually, only reason why he retired was because he had a disability. My father served in the military as well. And so I have a very big passion for those types of people in our country that dedicate their lives to serving this country and serving all of us. And so I got to know this customer a little bit, and it is that is my why. Learning about this customer, learning about this customer's family, learning that his son is following in his footsteps. His son is right now 8 years in the Air Force. And so learning about this from this consumer really made me appreciate and want to help this consumer. At no time was I concerned only about the commission. That was not them. As Mitch said, you'll do business with someone you like, trust, and respect. Well, in order for people to like, trust, and respect you, they need to know your why. But in order to share our why and have someone interested in our why, let's find out theirs. They're buying a home. Why are they buying a home? Is it their first home? Do they need a bigger home? Is their family growing? Do they need a smaller home? Are they retiring? Has the family, the children moved out? Find out their why. If they're refinancing, are they trying to consolidate debt? Are they trying to get in a better financial position by lowering the interest rate, lowering the payment? Let's find those things out. I always tell my loan officers that we hire and we train, it's not just about saving someone $150 a month. Give them options. $150 a month to someone on a $2,000 mortgage payment is not really a big deal if they're only saving $150 a month. But if you can show them a way to shave maybe 6 or 7 years off of their mortgage, and they're already comfortable making the existing mortgage payment, why not do that? You can save someone 7 years, almost a decade of debt on their home. Those are things that make a real impact on someone's life. But we will never know those things if we don't get to know our consumer. We don't talk to our consumers. One of the most common things I hear from loan officers, especially newer loan officers, is, I don't know all these guidelines. How did you learn all these guidelines? I'll be honest, I don't know a ton of guidelines either. I do know where to find those guidelines if I need to get help. Google, the community, Facebook. There's a large community for brokers and loan officers out there. But most importantly, one of the biggest things that I'm successful with by building relationships with consumers and referral partners is I honestly care about why they do things. I care about their why. I want to learn their why. I want to learn what drives them, because that will tell me the type of person they are. And a lot of people say, oh my gosh, you're so nice. You do so much for people. Don't get me wrong. I love helping people. I also love helping myself. I love expensive cars. I love going out to nice restaurants. I like nice things. But I do know in helping more families and helping more loan officers, that's how I'm going to get more expensive cars. That's how one day I'm going to buy a Lamborghini, is because I'm going to help more people to get there. So it's not, we're not a charity, and I don't act like I'm a charity, but I act like I deserve to be able to buy nice things because I help more families. And I like winning. I like, closing a sale, but it's not because I want to get the most commission. It's not because I want that paycheck. The paycheck is a product of my job. My job is to help families. A benefit of this job is getting paid for it. But to be honest with you, if I was rich and famous and didn't have to worry about money, I would still help families for free. I don't care. It's not about that money, because ultimately I know if I'm on my deathbed, the day that I die, I can't take any of the money or any of the nice things I have with me. And I learned that the hard way. It's about those experiences, and it's about the difference that I made in someone's life that people will remember me by. It's not based on the interest rate that I got them or how much commission I made for my family. when I leave this earth, I want people to remember me by the things that I did for them and not the money that I saved them necessarily. I want them to remember the care that I gave them and their customers and their family. I've had a lot of customers reach out to me and tell me, how amazing it was to work with me. They don't remember me because of the fees or the interest rate. They remember me because I answer my phone. They remember me because I look at how old their children are. I try to look at their mortgage and their financial situation. How best can I benefit this family? How can I help them achieve their goals? Because they told me their why. So what small part can I play of helping them achieve those goals? I always try to remember those things. It's not the monetary value, it's the people. It's understanding that this is a people business, and the more that we serve the consumer and our partners, the better off we will be. So one of the most important things that I want everyone to know is don't focus so much on guidelines. Don't focus on having the most lenders. All that's great, but you can get help with that. As someone that I really look up to said recently on a coaching call, a 10-year-old can answer their phone. And honestly, just answering my phone has probably been one of the things that has helped me the most, because when customers are going through the process of buying a home or getting a mortgage, it's emotional. It's probably the biggest purchase they'll ever do in their entire life, and their whole family is involved with it. Everything in their life will revolve around the roof that is over their head. So when you act and you take it as serious as it is, people know that. People will pick up on if you're sincere or if you're just out for a paycheck. And I promise you, the best relationships, the best referral partners are built on them knowing you do this for them. Things go wrong. We can't control everything. I promise you, I mess up more, often. But I'm always honest. I'm direct. I'm upfront. I try to offer solutions, not excuses. And that's the biggest difference. I've heard time and time again from people that they're shocked that I'll admit when something doesn't go right. Well, why would I lie about it? I tell them, look, there's so many different entities involved in a mortgage transaction, the realtors, the title companies, the seller. I mean, the different mortgage companies that are involved in paying off that the existing homeowner might have. All of those things, it's impossible to control everything. But the spreadsheet did not have the customer's name. It actually had the first two initials of their name. And then under customer, it had a 5-digit number. His customers were referred to by a number. Now, for those of you that know me, know I was in a very serious motorcycle accident 12 years ago. Left me with a leg amputation, a disability, left me with a brain injury. One of the biggest things that I learned going through that is not every doctor is created the same. Some doctors treat you like numbers and some treat you like people. The thing that helped me get through that very tragic event in my life were the doctors and the professionals that treated me like a person, not a number. And I try and extend that same thing into mortgages. Obviously, we don't deal with life and death every day, but we deal with something that's very important to our families. So treating people like a number is just unacceptable. Referring to a customer as a number is disrespectful, if you ask me. So that we have to remember things like that. We have to remember the reason why brokers are better is we serve our communities, we give back, we treat the customer like they are a real person. If you're looking for something to inspire you, if you're looking for something to motivate you, drop everything you're doing. And when you have free time or over the weekend, I want you to go volunteer somewhere. I want you to go see people who are less fortunate. I want you to see how those people carry themselves. I want you to see a homeless man or woman laugh and have a good time. I want you to see someone be thankful that you hand them a plate of food when they can't provide for themselves right now. Giving back to others, I promise you, will make your life the most successful in the world. When you do things for others with no intent of anything in return, you will prosper. It's called karma and it's real. So don't look just what's out for you. Don't look at a transaction. I never look at a transaction, and I never want to work with anyone that looks at a loan and thinks, how much money am I going to make from this? I want my loan officers to look at a loan and think, how can I best serve this family? How can I take care of this family? Because that's what this business is about. It's about taking care of the consumers that we work with. That's my why. Don't get me wrong. It's my why to get nice things and to enjoy my life, but it's not the ultimate end all. That paycheck is not what this is about. This is about helping others, whether those are other loan officers who are new to this industry, veterans who are new, been in this industry for a long time and need a reminder about why they do this. But ultimately, it's to help serve that consumer and their family as best as possible. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Mitch, thank you, my friend.
Dude, I love it. It was just not even a year ago. You were our Build Your Empire up and coming mortgage professional of the year. So,
yeah.
And I can see your growth, and it's awesome, man. I mean, like I said, people really connect to you on this side of the business. So I can imagine in person with your clients, they're connecting with you also. Real quick, while we have a couple minutes, Laura and I had David Licken on our podcast, in the beginning, and he shared a story with us that I want to share. And he had, this guy that had been with him for a long time. He's coaching him, came to him and said, "I'm done. I want out of the mortgage business. I just don't like it anymore. I'm done." And he said, "Okay, I'll accept your resignation, if you do one thing." He's like, "I want you to go to 3 closings and sit down and go to these closings and talk. I want you to ask them a question. What does this house mean to you? And once you do that, you come back to me. If you still want to quit, you can quit." And so he said the first one the guy went to, he said, "I know this is silly, but my coach is making me do it. Why? What does this house mean to you?" And the guy looked at him and he said, "This house saved my life." He said, "I was injured, veteran." He said, "I was in, I got addicted to stuff I shouldn't have." He said, "My wife did all this work to get us into this home." And he's like, "This home saved my life." And the guy was in tears. And David said he came back and he said, "I'm in. I'm fully committed to this business again." And all it took was for him to hear, because he got out of that. He got so big in the business that he didn't go to closings anymore. He didn't talk to the clients as much as he used to, and he forgot what it was all about. And to your point, that's exactly what you're saying. You have to stay connected to the people. That's what really matters. The money is just the byproduct of doing something good for people.
And it's by doing that, by building that relationship with your clients, it just helps make the customer experience that much better. It's like when I hear from a customer, "Hey, I wanted to call my mortgage guy and ask if you could do this or what you thought about this." When they refer to me as their mortgage guy, they are taking ownership, that I'm like their partner. That means a lot to me. Like, I pick up on little things like that because client experience is everything. This is not a cookie cutter. If they just wanted to get a mortgage online and never talk to somebody, they wouldn't be working with us. But that's the difference. That's what we have to share that experience. I talk about cars. A Ferrari will get from point A to point B, just like a Yugo will get from point A to point B. Maybe one will get there more reliable than the other. But the difference is the experience. And so I want to provide, maybe without the cost or the absorbent cost, I want to provide the Ferrari experience or the Mercedes experience of that journey for the client. I don't necessarily need to charge them like it's a Ferrari, but I want to at least build so much value and provide such an experience to the client that they will never forget me. And that's what's most important. And honestly, it's also just about being yourself. I tell my customers ask me how long I've done this. I never lie. I tell them I've been in this business for 2 years, but I also tell them how dedicated to this business and serving them I am. It's all about learning to perfect your craft. And like you're talking about, Mitch, you're around these people every day. You have these people join us on summits like this. And it is literally just about surrounding yourself with people who are experts in their field, who have a passion for what they do. And what you'll find is those are the people that are most willing to help you. Those are the people who are most willing to teach you. All of us join Mitch on this summit, to build our own empire because we want to help others. We want this to snowball. We want to help more professionals, help more consumers, because this will snowball and it will spread like wildfire. So again, thank you for having me. Thank you for sharing that. It's awesome.
Absolutely, man. I really appreciate your genuine character, and I think that's what Like I said, you become a star within the industry pretty rapidly. With what you do, and I think it's because of the kind of leader you are, and that you're genuine. And like Dale and Bill said, be genuine. Just be yourself. The good, bad, the ugly. You got to just put it out there, and people will be attracted to that. And back to what you said, everybody wants to have a person, and everybody wants to be someone's person. Like you said, everyone wants to be like, oh, I got a mortgage guy. Oh, I got a stock guy. Oh, I got a car guy. Let me get you his number. And you love to hear that when you say, oh, I'm their guy. That means that they like and trust you and respect you, and they hold you dear to them as part of, of them. Referring somebody is important. If you refer somebody out and they have a bad experience, you look like a fool too. So that's the big thing to understand is you're gaining their trust, and that's a great feeling to have. So thanks a lot, Tom, for joining us. And I'm going to be continue to follow you, man. You're an inspiration to the industry. And like I said, everybody needs to follow Tom. Check him out. He's doing great things in this industry. So go check him out.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mitch. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody. We're going to bring on our next sponsor. And there she is.
Hi, Mitch.
How are you?
I am great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing wonderful. I see you have some fallish colors there behind you already. Is that intentional or is that year round?
That's year round. It's
Okay.
it's just orange and blue in my whole office year round with a little sparkle of green.
Okay. Well, I went downstairs today and my wife was burning pumpkin marshmallow scent in her Scentsy. And I'm like, it's only August 6th, right? Like, you're supposed to wait till like September to hit the fall scent decorations, but she's getting a jump on it a little early.
We're actually having a fall day today. So it was like 77, 78, right at 80 degrees here, which is very odd for a first week in August for us. So it feels like a great fall day. I don't know what we're doing in the office.
We did that yesterday too here in Iowa. It was like 72 and overcast and a little rainy, and it was like, had that fall feeling. But our June was like 90s all June, and I'm like, what is going on? Like spring didn't happen for us. It just went straight into the hot summer.
Yeah, we've had a very unique start to our summer, and I think it's going to be a very unique end to it. But yeah, so happy Friday. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. Well, I'm excited to have you on the show here in a little bit, but I'm also want to thank you for being a sponsor. So I will give you the stage, and you can tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
Sure, absolutely. So I am Karina Carter. I am President and CEO of CMS Mortgage Solutions, but I am also President and CEO of CMS Consultants. So those of you who have known me mostly know me from the mortgage industry, but not as much from the consultant industry. So on the consultant side, I have been teaching and training since 2009. So when the market crashed, I created my own 20-hour A to Z NMLS guide to get a license for a loan originator. Also, since then, 2010, I have been doing continuing education for mortgage originators. So I stopped doing it last year due to COVID because I did a lot of live courses, and I've decided now Zoom and webinar is where it's at. So I am back. So this year I will have limited amount of courses for continuing education, which is the 8 hours is good for all states. You do have to take your additional state specific education if you are in a state that requires that. But look forward, see soon I'll be putting out some information on where you can register for our courses and the information that we will have October, November, and December, probably about 3 courses each month. I look forward to working with a lot of my peers, having some exciting courses brought to you. So that's one of the things I'm doing this fall. And then for our mortgage side, we are definitely looking at expanding there. and talking to anyone who wants to look at getting in the operation side of the mortgage business, just seeing what that looks like for you guys. So we've got a lot of good things happening here, Mitch, but on the continuing education side, everybody has to start taking their CE. Like right now, we're getting messages every other week, CE, CE, CE. And there's not a loan officer that does not wait till the last minute, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So hopefully I'll get some really good people in my class. We can all have some fun and enjoy. So back by high demand, we're going to be doing continuing education this year. So I'm really excited about it. I have a lot of points.
I'll tell the audience that you are always a pleasure to speak with and enjoy. So I'm sure that if they get involved with your classes, they're going to have fun and get educated at the same time.
Yes, it's a must. One, we have to do it, and two, as you might as well do it with someone who is fun and who can make it enjoyable for you, right?
Right. Yeah. You want to have a little bit of fun when you're doing miserable things.
Yeah.
Well, I am excited for you on that, getting that back up and going. And I am excited because you are going to be joining us next for our Leading Ladies of Mortgage Roundtable, led by the great Laura Brandeo. And you're going to be joined by Michelle and Jamie and Skylar. So I'm going to start bringing in the ladies one by one here.
I am excited. We have a great panel coming up. These are some phenomenal women in our industry.
Yes, doing amazing things, and that is the important part. Hey, Laura.
Hello, everyone. Oh, Karina, I'm so excited to hear what you were just speaking about. I think I just added a question. So great to see you guys. Hey, Mitch, how is everything? I've been watching, and it has been incredible.
Yes, I'm excited. I tell you, everything's going well, very smooth. The smoothest it's gone for one of these events so far. Knock on wood. And everybody's enjoying it. The content has been, top notch from all the speakers. I'm having a great time learning as well as connecting with everyone.
Awesome. They've been great. All of it has been so relevant and so educational and inspirational and really sparking some thoughts. So great job.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring in another guest here. It's Jamie
and Skylar will be joining us. Skylar Welch will be joining us, a senior mortgage broker at Main Point Lending. Okay, here comes Skylar. Perfect timing. Hey, Skylar. Okay, so ladies, we're going to jump into some open discussion and get your insights. And we're going to start with Karina. And Karina, you just were, kind of giving us some details as to something you're bringing back, that you were doing some training and consulting back when the market shifted in 2008 and all of that. And now it's time to revisit that because, listen, that's near and dear to you. And you have always been training and educating, and now you're going to be helping other people. So, Karina, two things. One, I know that you love to dissect your process flow and you love to go in and really analyze and pick up efficiencies. One, tell us where that came from and how important is it for us to do that? How often should we be doing that? And then also just follow up with a little bit of why you went back to offering the continuing education.
Sure, Laura. Man, you just threw a lot at me, right?
You're ready.
So I'm ready. All right. So, Laura, one thing is, I think a lot of people struggle with when they're going to add that next step in their process, right? Whether that be an assistant, whether that be an extra processor. So really looking, and when you dissect into your process, where are you bottlenecking at? What does that look like? Is your processors struggling to get past 10 files, 15 files, 20 files? Are your disclosures going out in 24 hours? Are the loans being submitted in 24 hours? And then for me right now, it's like, what does that personal assistant look like? That's going to be the next step. How can I get some of my time back? So I think that's where we struggle, because we struggle with also letting go of knowing that it's going to be additional money. It's going to be additional costs on us. So what do we do? But not really realizing when we do add that person, we gain that money back twice over because we've taken the time to add them. And then we double our income and we double our production. So all things fall into place. But the thing is just really struggling with, when is that time? And that time is when you think of it, it's that time. When you say, oh, I need this hour back, or didn't need to be doing this, or my processors are a day late, or my disclosures went out, then it's probably that time. Somebody could have maybe a bad day, but, or even a bad week. But usually, your team well enough to know, okay, it's that time we need to add someone and what that's going to look like. And if you're thinking that, then most likely it's that time. So diving into that process, I think really where we struggled was when we were starting to bottleneck in how many files per month 2 processors could do. Now we have 8 processors and they all do 8 different things. So that right there, I think, is enough for anybody to say, hey, how could you afford that? Then you dissect what the cost is for each individual.
Wow. So that's a lot. And I love that you said when you think of it, because we all know, right? There's that moment in time when it's like, oh man, it's vacation season.
Now to get us through that 8 hours of regulation, so we all know that's boring regulation. So just the past 2 years, one last year because of COVID, and the year before I was doing it all live, decided to partner with a company for material wise. And now I can bring my own flair to it and say, okay, here's what it looks like. We got to get through these 8 hours. But in meantime, we can also learn on some of these regs, how it's affecting Skylar's business, how it's affecting Jamie's. What is Michelle doing differently to help with this part? So I feel like for me, I can bring some added benefit to people. And that's why I get calls every year. Are you doing it this year? Are you doing it this year? So this year I was like, I have to make time to bring it back and do it, because I think I can really add some value there.
Now, Karina said something so important. And I know all the ladies on this group do this, right? But we want to share this to the audience that's watching us. It is so valuable. Karina said something very important, that she said she also wants to hear what Skylar's doing and what Jamie's doing and Michelle's group is doing. We always need to be involved with other people within our industry in whatever component of that is, because we learn from each other and we understand what you're thinking. That's why anyone that's watching this right now, you get that. You understand that because you're taking time out of your day and your business to invest in learning. But never stop, because as much as you're giving the information, you're receiving that information also. And that only helps us and our businesses. Love it. Love it, Karina. Okay, Jamie. All right. So a week ago, Jamie and I think we had multiple conversations for different reasons, but one of the conversations we had is I recently attended a mortgage event, and there was a speaker that was speaking about disruption in our industry. And how many times have we heard, be afraid of this and be afraid of that in terms of, online companies? And Jamie had a great perspective as far as, should we be fearful or how should we approach it? And I wanted you to share that with everyone, because I think it's important that we keep a clear perspective on this. Jamie.
Absolutely. So should we be afraid of it? No, we should embrace the things about technology that we can incorporate into our business and use as a tool to complement the things that make us experts. We will never be replaced as true guides to our clients. I do not believe that the mortgage process, particularly the mortgage process for those customers who have outside the box scenarios, those customers who in some cases have high dollar loan amounts, customers who are low or no score veteran borrowers, FHA first-time home buyers. Some cases, like when I came into the business, I won't tell you how many decades ago, when there used to be 8 borrowers on an application in order for a family to be able to qualify to own their first home. those things, in my opinion, automation is never going to fully replace the kind of expertise that's required to help those people. But let's also not be afraid, and let's recognize that the millennials who are coming of age to be in the world of home buying and getting pre-approved, they have grown up with technology. It is native to them. It is what they know and what they expect. So, for example, when they sell something, they go to Facebook Marketplace, they go to, to OfferUp, they go to Letgo. When they buy something, they do the exact same thing. When they shop for everything, whether it is car insurance, even if it's something as simple as ordering food. I mean, look at all of the apps out there now for instant gratification when you're hungry at midnight. This is where we live now. We live in a world of technology. We cannot be afraid of the technology, and we shouldn't live in a world where we think it's going to replace us, because I don't believe that that day is ever going to come. And I also believe that we have control over how much we allow technology to become a part of our process and help us help our consumers in a better and more effective way. Example, most of us these days, and I would bet, I know for a fact at least two of us on this episode here, use technology as our point of sale tool. How often do borrowers really walk in the door to our office to complete a loan application? When is the last time that you had somebody get a pen out and fill out a loan application? Now, some of us remember the days when we did that. I do, but it doesn't happen anymore. Is it even necessary for a borrower to hand walk their documents in? I certainly have clients that are more comfortable doing that, and we're here for those people. But by and large, consumers are not looking to have to do that. They're looking to scan and upload items. Things are available at their fingertips. There are technology tools that allow them to link bank accounts and different things to us. We all use it. So why are we not embracing it, and why are we afraid of it? We shouldn't be. We should take the power, own it, and use it as a tool to help us serve our customers. That is my belief when it comes to
and I think you're right, Jamie. I think it's funny that we almost get into this scarcity mindset where we're like, oh, we're so afraid that. What are we afraid of? Because at the end of the day, if we know that we're the value, if we know that we're going to be that guide and that counselor, and I was listening to Tom Mancuso, he was on the portion before us, and he was speaking about being the guy, right? And even though we're women, people always say the guy, right? Like, they're my mortgage guy, they're my financial guy, they're my real estate guy or gal, right? So if you're that person for that family, you're only using technology as a tool, as a way to become efficient, as a way to make it more comfortable for them. But there really is no fear or scarcity that should be out there, as long as we continue to provide that value. That's what it comes down to. All right. So, Michelle, this ties into something that you had mentioned to me. You had said you recently hired a closer, and that is kind of odd to hear as a mortgage broker, right? Michelle, let me ask you, where did the thought process come from? Like, was it that people were asking you questions about insurance and escrows, and you're like, hey, maybe I should do this? Like, I want to understand, like, where did the thought of hiring a closer even come from?
I can't sleep at night, so I don't know. No, I guess just making sure. To me, it was more of like a client, a customer for life. It goes into the reason why I still pick up the phone for every single real estate agent for every single contract that we get in. Like, we have the automation tools, as Jamie said. Like, automation is a tool to help us, fulfill our clients. It makes it faster, easier, quicker, right? Like, I just got a clear to close while we're on this call, and I'm gonna, I texted to let them know, but I'm also gonna go over their payment with them. We're gonna make sure that they understand what's gonna happen, So I don't want to lose that human experience, And so I believe we're better. I had a borrower who closed. Actually, him last Tuesday or Wednesday, he closed with another lender, FHA Streamline. It was his current servicer. An FHA Streamline borrower He was saving a little bit of money. I mean, $150 or something, 130, I think he was saving. It was no big. They sent a notary to his house. He calls me the night of closing and he's like, hey, I don't know if I should have done this. He didn't really understand, he got it once he signed the big package. He figured it out. It was actually a previous client of mine from before I was a broker. And long story short, I get into his file and I'm like, hey, no. First of all, they're like 0.75 higher on the rate. And then we get into it. He could go conventional, gets a waiver, doesn't have MIP again, doesn't have mortgage insurance. So a computer's not going to tell you, you know what I'm saying? So like a computer and an 800 number and a person they don't know. We also verified that his coverage on his insurance was $100,000 lower than his new value of his home. So we upped that. So it's just one of those things that like you having that person that cares about you and that team that cares about you is something that I don't want to lose. And so just like you said, when I realized I need help, right? So when I realized the services, I'm not going to lie, services were dropping the ball last year on escrows. So not paying their taxes and the insurances weren't getting done over. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to own that, right? I am the person who is your professional. You see my face. Yeah. And I care about you. The servicer is not there to help. I couldn't sleep at night that whole hurricane. I wasn't even in the hurricane. However, so I'm like, you know what? I need somebody to help me follow up to make sure all these things are done. That position twofold, they making sure closing gifts are going out. That position where we're not having any slips, slipping through the cracks. Sorry. Not right. So we're not having those and our clients are taken care of. As long as they want us, we are there. So it's just like you said, as soon as Karina said that, I was like, oh yeah, just as soon as I thought about it, I'm like, I need this position to verify that, it's not today. It's all the years,
Yeah, and I love that for multiple reasons. One, from someone that's on the lender side, I can tell you the number one thing I get is I don't know why my payment all of a sudden went up, right? When the escrows get adjusted. Or like you said, the insurance, and next thing you know, you have forced place insurance, with these huge premiums. People don't understand. But Michelle, you mentioned something about this 6-month check-in, right? By having control of watching the escrows and watching the insurance and watching all this other stuff, you have a reason to reach out. You have a reason to have another conversation. It keeps you closer to those clients and you're able to continue to be their guy, right? That's where that lies in.
So like yesterday, once a month, I go through all my all the loans ever that I have, right? And it's quick and easy for me to do. I'm a spreadsheet fanatic. But so I was able to go through, there was like one client that got missed on a timeline where I did 3 properties. I do a lot of people with multiple properties. So I did 3 properties for this one guy. And I was like, wait, he's up in the upper in the race. Let's call him and see. At the time, maybe when I called him 3 months ago, he wasn't ready, right? He was in that break even point. So I'm able to take that look at all of our stuff. I was so impressed with us and I already helped everybody in my pipeline. You know what I mean? So it's like, because we're doing those calls, when that person makes that call, they're like, oh, wait, I noticed these people have a 4% interest rate. Hey, I noticed, and sometimes we have to use a DPA to help, or we have to use, hey, right now we're going to have to up the interest rate so we can get a bigger lender credit because you just don't have the cash to close. We'll watch it out in 7 months. We can fix that for, if you make your payments on time. So just having that and really just caring about them, it's just about, and so it takes out of my overall pocket, but how much value are we providing? And then it's not only that, like I tell the loan officers, it's not just your client, I don't believe it. I share my clients with my loan officers. So it's not just your client. I got rid of that mentality. It's we're taking care of the borrower as a whole. We're all a team. I want them to be annoyed with our calls. I want a loan officer to say, a borrower to say, hey, I got it. You know what I mean? Like, don't call no. They never do that. If most people, they get overwhelmed with emails and text and messages. I was saying that the other day, like Facebook, you got Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok. Like I can't even go Reddit, all these things now where you have so many forums where you talk to people in a keyboard basis. You know how people are surprised when you answer the phone? Like when you call them, they're like,
I agree.
People don't call anymore.
No.
So make that connection, and then it's like to me, there's so many things that can be solved with those automation tools.
Yeah.
But you cannot solve their problem. You can't fix their other. You know what I mean? You can't solve.
No, well, you use it as a tool. You use it as a tool. That's
and
it.
so many lenders are replacing communication with automation. And I believe next year, 24 months from now, the people who pick up the phone and call people, they will be the people to stand out.
I agree. I think that's like perfect. That was a perfect mic drop there. All right, Skylar. Okay, so you had a very big year. You know, you ventured off on your own. And wait, I want to make sure I have this right. You were the only loan officer with no assistant and a shared processor, and you were killing it with production. So you made a change and you made the leap over to your own place. So tell us, how has it gone? What have you learned? Give us, you know, your experience now that, how many months has it been? How long has it been?
It was October, so like 10 months already.
Okay.
Crazy.
All right. So give us the recap. What caused you to finally make the change? And what have you learned from this experience?
Yeah, definitely. So I was drowning. I mean, to be completely honest, I worked, I closed almost 350. I closed about 350 deals last year by myself. And I didn't have an assistant. I had I had a processor that I was sharing with like 5 other LOs who we started trying to hire a couple other people to help, but we still were sharing a processor. And then 17-hour days every day of the week. And it wasn't good for my marriage. It wasn't good for my health. It wasn't good for my kids. And one morning, my little girl, I wasn't home when they went to bed. I wasn't home when they got up. And this went on for like a couple of days. And my little girl looked at me and she was little, like 1.5. And she's like, "Mama, you're here." And I'm like,
ooh,
no, she's never going to say that to me again, ever. And I just made the decision. So I went to my company and I said, like, I'm happy here and I want to stay here, but I need help. And basically it was like, if you want to do this much business and you want to work this hard, then you're going to have to work for it. And I was just like, yes, I do, because I'm never going to be like a person that's just like, oh, I'll just do less next year. Like, it's just not in me, So I said, you know what? I need to do this. And I decided that this would be what works for me. So I opened Main Point in October. I had just hired an assistant during COVID at my other company, and she came with me. But she's brand new, fresh, had never even been in the industry, and I trained her on her couch during COVID. Like, literally, that's how it worked. So she came with me, and I made a decision that my first hire I actually made here was a full-time marketing position. I decided that
interesting.
Yeah, it was my very first hire. But I knew opening this that I needed to get out there. I needed everyone to know where I was, who I was. I mean, I'm in Maine, so it's like really small. Like, people know who I am for the most part. So, but I needed them to know like where to find me, how to get to me. But more importantly, I knew as part of opening this, I wanted to add a lot of value to my agents. I wanted to become like unreplaceable to them. So I wanted to add as much value to them to help them grow their businesses that ultimately I knew would grow my business, because I knew that I had great rates. I know I have the best service. I know I have fast turn times, but that's not even enough. Realistically, like, everyone's coming in behind me saying that same thing. So how could I set myself apart? So I hired, he's here probably 50 hours a week. All he does is create video content for myself, but more importantly for my agents. I have agents in my office every single day. They're coming in, they're shooting video. We're going out to their properties. We're shooting their properties. We're going out to their area that they want an expertise. We're creating video series for them to use on their social media to create them. And I knew that was really the first place I wanted to start. And it's amazing. But then I ended up, I have 3 assistants now. I have 3 processors now. I have a closer now. I have all these people that are, and I'm the only LO still. So they're just handling my volume. Everyone is still really green. So this year, like 2021 was like my year of like training, my year of like growing. Granted, like, our volume's up, our units are up, but they're not where I know that we're going to go. But I knew that this year really had to be focused, because before I double down on volume, I need to know that my team is like amazing, that they're going to give the best service to every person. They're going to get that they know what they're doing, and we're there. We're really there, and I'm ready to like kind of open the floodgates. So, but I knew I needed to get there first, and I didn't want to, you know, everyone's like, well, you're going to hire LOs. I'm like, I don't know, like, like maybe.
I think that's fascinating. Number one's first thing, kudos, you know, so great job. So we'll give you that first. Second, I think it's fascinating, right? In the year 2021, it's fascinating that one of the most important pieces of our business is the marketing and video, which I think we all would agree. I think every one of us would agree with that assessment.
It's so funny because I remember going to Fuse, what was that, like 2 years ago? And everyone's like, video. And I was like, I have never shot a video in my life. Like, I can't do a video. And I remember being like, I remember leaving Fuse that day and I'd go, I'm going to do this. I can do this. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do this, but I'm going to try. And now, like, I have a schedule every single week that I'm doing. Like, I'm posting videos every week. I'm doing this, doing that. But now it's like the local TV is like, hey, do you want to do a segment on this? Hey, do you want to do this? And then buyers are calling me from that. Like, it's crazy, but it's just because that's what we're bringing. But more importantly, our agents are getting that because they don't have the resources. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the capability. They don't have the time, but we're providing that to them. So now that's growing their business. Now, instead of them just being like, oh yeah, Skylar has good turn times, like, Skylar got me this deal. She got me this business. Like, she won me this listing because she provided video content for me to do, you know what I mean? So that makes yourself invaluable to them. And then they're like, I mean, nobody else is doing this type of thing.
Yeah. So, and it's funny because, like you said, 2019, all of us were sitting in the same room when Gary Vee was up there telling us, right? And we all walked away. Yeah, we all walked away with the same assessment because at first, like, we were like shocked. And then we all probably got on the airplane and said, I guess we better do video, right? And we did listen to that. And we know that even though that was crazy enough 2 years ago now, how many people in that room didn't?
Exactly. And I remember so distinctively that he said that. He's like, I'm giving you every tool you need, but how many of you are actually going to do this? And, you know, you have to execute. But that's the same way I think about it as like people in our local community as far as like our competitors. Like, sure, I can tell you every single thing that I'm doing, but who is actually going to do it? You know, and that's the difference. And I think that's even the difference with our clients. Like, I can tell you how I treat my client. I can tell you why I closed 200 deals last year from past client referrals. But are you really going to do all of those things that I'm doing to keep your past clients? Like, probably not, like, realistically. But I just got to the point where I'm like, I can't do it all myself. And that's what I think a lot of people in our industry are into. And you can't keep thinking like, oh, well, what if I'm slower next year? What if I'm slow? I just got to the point where I'm like, I'm never going to be slower. And I know that because I'm going to make sure I'm not. And once you tell yourself that and you like set these goals and you take the steps to make sure of that, then you're going to have to keep adding. I mean, I have a new person starting on the 16th, hiring someone else to start in September. Like, but I know that I want to do that because I know I want to grow, you know? So, you know, I think
that's the value of our industry. The whole thing about being in real estate or mortgage is that we can control how much business we have, right? That's part of being an entrepreneur. That's part of the glory of what we do is that you're right, Skylar. If you sit there going, what if, you're never going to do anything, right? But when you guys get that when Michelle's like, listen, I can't sleep at night worried about this hurricane, well, then I need to do something about it, right? If your little girl says, Mommy, you're here, no more.
Game over.
Something has to change, right? Something has to change.
But I
think
even the biggest thing is like I realized that my quality of life wasn't good anymore. Right. Like, sure, I'm working my butt off and I'm making all this money, but what's that money good for if you're not enjoying your life? And I realized like I needed sleep. I needed to be more present in my kids' lives. Like there was never a night that I wasn't working till 2 a.m. ever. And then I'd lay awake because I couldn't sleep. And I'm like overdosing on melatonin trying to fall asleep. You know what I mean? Like, realistically, like it wasn't good. Now, like I had someone text me last night at 10 o'clock for a pre-call and I was like, I've been asleep for 2 hours. Like I'm tired, you know? But it's because I felt good. Like yesterday, I was exhausted. I went home at 4 o'clock. I'm like, I haven't gone home at 4 o'clock in years, but I needed to, and I knew everything was okay. This year, I took my first vacation in 10 years. I took a vacation for 9 days, and I didn't open my laptop or log into Wi-Fi. That right there was like, you need to be present for your families. You need to be so much of this is about growing your business and this and that, but it's also about your life. And I think that when you're thinking about hiring and you're thinking about growing your business, you have to ask yourself, like, what is it worth? You know what I mean? Like, is it worth like making yourself have a better life to be able to enjoy your life? But then when that happens, you're also growing your business, you know, and they kind of go hand in hand.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And we certainly did enjoy. I was vicariously at Disney through Jamie's photos this week. So yes, we need that time. That is what it's all about. That's why we work. So yes, thank you for that reminder, Skylar. All right, Karina. You know, we're speaking about the client experience. We're speaking about digital presence. We're speaking about, you know, using technology and efficiencies. Let's go a little bit into reviews, right? Because we do know everyone out there, they're going to check you out and they're going to do a little perusal of, you know, what are people saying about Karina Carter and CMS before they go into doing business. So tell us, what do you do to generate as many reviews as possible and not just on the loan officer?
Right. Well, what we started doing was we are starting to ask for the reviews during the process as well, as much as at the tail end. When everybody gets that clear to close and then they're at the closing table, it's great. But as soon as they leave, they're focused on moving in, they're focused on getting the kids in school, they're focused on other things. And they may want to do a review for you, but is it really the best time? So some of the best time to do a review on you is when you're actually working with them, right? Are you communicating properly? Are your processors communicating properly? Do they want more communication? Or what type? Do they want text? Do they want phone? Do they want email? And then we know, I mean, when I interview processors, I talk to them and say, you know, it may be a daily day job. However, if you get that customer that cannot talk during the day, how are you going to be able to communicate them between 5 and 9 at night? Are you okay with that? Or are you okay with communicating through text? So we do a lot during our process, but before that closing package goes out to the closing attorney, that review is going out. And we're sending that review out to the clients. And so if you notice, a lot of our reviews are almost as much about our team as our loan officers. So now we're trying to figure out how we could get two, one on the loan officers and one on the process. What does that look like? And where do we want those reviews to go to? So far, we've had great success with Google and having our reviews placed there, which helps with the rankings. And you'd be surprised, even the referrals and the people you get that you feel pretty confident that, you know, hey, I have this deal. This client is pretty good. We've got a great rate. They're sold. They're using CMS Mortgage. No issues whatsoever. If you interview those clients during the process, 8 out of 10 of them have probably read your reviews. Most of them are now going to look at those reviews, even though they feel comfortable, whoever sent them to you, however they got you, most of them have really gone to read your reviews. And it really surprised me how much the ones that are in process that I wouldn't have thought read them are. So it makes a big difference. So we're trying to drum up right now, what is it going to look like for incentives for our team to get those even ahead, even more ahead during the process, and what that looks like. So those are things we're working on right now.
Well, I think that's great. And think about that, right? I think we all know, and I certainly can attribute this to even watching my kids. Like, you don't, you know, if you're looking up something on Amazon, the first thing you're doing is you're reading the reviews, right? You want to see if someone says, oh, this is flimsy, or, you know, the quality wasn't there, or, you know, if you're going to a restaurant that you've never been to, you're looking to see what the reviews are. I think we're just trained that way in our brains. And it is a very important component of our business, that we have to be aware of those reviews. We have to, like you just said, maybe we need to relook at how we incentivize our teams, because that's a vital piece. It really is. Okay. So
I think
yeah, go ahead, Skylar.
To add to that is that, like, I think that it's a missing piece almost to a lot of companies because they don't even think about it. But the great part is that when people read your reviews first, they're not coming to you as cold leads. They're coming to you and saying, like, I want to work with you. I mean, I have like the most reviews in the state or whatever on this thing. So people call me. I mean, I get a lot of business just from my Zillow reviews, which is crazy. But the people calling me aren't calling to say, hey, like, I saw your Zillow reviews, I'm shopping you. They're calling me and be like, I just read 300 reviews on you and I'm working with no one other than you. Like, I have to work with you. And I think that that's something that's so important, is that these are very like personal, like, because when you give a great experience and you give a personal experience, people want to leave like a really, really great personal review. And then the people aren't shopping. And then the people aren't being like, oh, you know, I have a eighth of a point better on this rate. They're like, I want to have the experience that those people had. And that's why I'm coming to you. So I think that's so important to realize, is that reviews aren't just to be like, oh, like, hey, here's my business, whatever. It gets you business, and it's not cold business. It's like hot business.
Yeah. Can I add one last thing there, Laura?
Of course. I think this is an extremely important topic. So yeah, go ahead. Everybody chime in.
I got a letter in the mail the other day, and it was certified, and I was like, oh crap, what is this? As a business owner, you get a certified letter and you're like, okay, what is this? And I was like, I know that name. It's past client, not past client. It actually was not a past client of mine. It was a gentleman that I helped close his loan with a local credit union. And he had gave me a review online because we didn't close his loan. He was in the process of closing it, wanted to know if he wanted to jump ship or not and close it with us. And I just told him what he needed to do to close it. He went another month, still wasn't closed. Well, he sent this to 10 CEOs of local banks, credit unions, and companies to work with me.
Look at that.
And it came certified to me and all 10 of these other people. And I was like, just flabbergasted. This was February. He gave me a review. He closed in February, and he took the time out that in the end of July that he actually sent this to everybody he's ever worked with in the banking industry. I was just floored.
Wow. All right, Michelle, Jamie, anything you want to add about reviews?
Well, I would say I loved what Karina touched on earlier, and it's something that we have adopted here as well, which is two things. One, we don't ask for the review after closing. We still do, but we always ask for the review during the process, at the highlight of the process, when things are the best, right? And we get such a great response from that. And then of course we follow up post closing and, you know, ask for the review again if the customer didn't have a chance to do so. But the second thing, and this is huge, is really, and Skylar talked about this too, incentivizing the team to be part of the customer's experience. And this transcends into operations, because the operations folks, they are really the ones who are working with your client. If your loan officers are focused on origination activity, then your operations people are probably going to be the primary caretakers of your customer from the point that that loan goes to the lender all the way through to that closing. And so you need your operations team to care as much about that experience and that customer as your sales folks do. And so for us, we also incentivize our operations folks to get those reviews. We've even had review contests here where we use a system called Podium that tracks whose link the customer followed to place the review, and the team competes, and at the end of the month we give rewards out, you know, gift cards and different things, who got the most, who got the fastest, who got the best, and all that good stuff. And it's such a cool team building thing. And the benefit of it is,
you know, when you go into and when you look at like you go to Neiman Marcus or you go somewhere and you walk in, you're sometimes overpaying for that experience because, you know, they're helping you try on clothes, or they're helping you size the proper things, or like, so, you know, going that extra mile, and it's not that even, because I believe we're cheaper than almost, every other lender. So at brokers, I think everybody on here is broker. But at the same time, that people just, when you treat them, when you give them that red carpet service, right? So people continue to go back to those high-end places because of the way they were treated. So it kind of goes on to the thing that popped in my head when Skylar said that. I was like, yeah, it's exactly why people, in my mind, overpay for products. It's because of the actual client experience. So as you continue, and I would call my team out right now because I'm really good at that and they all should be watching, is, we have to get better at reviews. It's something we are just not, and I'll myself included, I do not, something we need to implement a better process for.
Yeah, it's so important now because I think that's just like Karina nailed it when she said she already has the client. The client is already going through the process and they're looking at the reviews. So that just goes to show you that it's not only about getting the client, it's during the process and then of course after. So it's just normal now. This isn't even one of those things of maybe we should do it. It's a must. This is just a mandatory requirement now. But Michelle, great point about that experience, because you're right. It's how it makes us feel, right? That's what it's all about. Mitch is here.
I just like to jump in and say something. So I know you guys were talking about, like Karina's got 500 reviews on Google. I think you can't miss the fact that, video testimonials are huge. You should be getting at least a couple of those, like Jamie said when we talked the other day, to at least put on your website or on your blog post or something. Because when people are looking to do business with you, first thing they do is Google your name. And if they can see something that's a video or something that they can see your personality, or they can see that somebody loved you for what you did, it's going to make them, pick up the phone or send you an email before the next person if they can see that. So I just think that video testimonials are very underrated, and I know they're probably hard to get. But if you can get them at the closing table, it's a great opportunity for your business.
Yeah, and I think it was Jamie, right, that she was mentioning that we know some people are not comfortable going on video, especially our clients, right? This like the consumers. So that is a struggle, but you're correct, Mitch. You know that the minute you go and put into Google, the videos are first. The video are the first thing that comes up. So the minute that they feel that energy and they see that connection and personality, they want to do business with that company.
And if they pull up your page and they see a video of you talking, then that's an instant connection. Like, oh, I love this person. They're so bubbly. They're such a great personality. I want to call them and talk to them. Or if they see someone loving on you and saying, oh my God, they did such an amazing job. That's a harder to fake. It's easy to fake. John Doe writes, Karina Carter is amazing. LO. I would work with her every time, signed by John Doe. But, that's easy to fake in today's age, but you can't fake a good quality video.
One of the things that we started doing, like I was talking to you, how we have my marketing guy who was doing a lot of interviews with me, with my real estate agents, things like that. We also started doing it with our past clients. So on a testimonial Tuesday that we'll do an actual video. But what I was doing is more like towards a certain demographic. So for example, I had one guy who moved from out of state with his family. We made the process really smooth from him because all these people were moving to Maine. So I'm like, I want to use this as an ad to reach out to people from out of state to show them how easy we can make the transition. So we interviewed him about his experience, how he was able to do everything virtually, all of this, and then use that as an ad for other states so that we could bring in other people to show them that experience with someone with hands-on experience doing that. We also did the same thing with I had a client who I helped him buy his first multi-unit when he was a bachelor. Then I helped him buy a property for his wife and baby when he got married. And I helped him buy his first investment property. And then I helped refinance both of his other properties to get cash to buy these other properties. During that, we talked about how we have clients for life. We're going to help them through every stage of their life. And we're targeting that type of person. He really is a real client. I really did help him with all those things. But now we're showing that situation for other people. So, wow, she could help me with all these different things. So if you think of it like that, and reach out to those specific people that you think would bring in more business with people in similar situations, it's kind of like a double thing. You know, it's even better.
Right. And to your point, Skylar, if you've helped that person with that much of their business, how are they going to tell you no, they won't record a video for you?
Right.
You're like, listen, man, I helped you with 5, 6 different things. All I want is 30, 60 seconds of your time telling people about it. And they're not going to tell you no.
Most people will say yes as long as you make them feel very comfortable.
Right.
As long as you don't like put them on the spot where they have to figure out what to do and you make it very comfortable. And Skylar, that is a great marketing strategy because we assume everyone knows that you can help them with all those things.
Right.
But the average person does not know that.
But
They
think
don't
about
understand.
how many people have reached out and said, "Hey, do you do refinances?" I'm like, "Guy, I helped you purchase, like, I've helped you purchase 3 properties. Of course, I can refinance you." But people don't think like that. People are like, "Oh, I just refinanced with my local bank because I thought you could only do purchases." We're like, "No, you know." But if you don't tell them, they don't know.
Or like real estate agents would be key for videos. So like, especially those real estate agents, one, it gives them practice. I'm stealing your idea. And I'm going to make real estate agents give me videos so we can put it on the thing. Because that's killer. I didn't even, y'all.
They need that. They need that.
I
And
know,
it's so
the CTC that I just got, y'all just made me text the client. I texted the client. I said, give me a Google review. And he said, done. So look at that. Y'all made me do it. So it's something that my team, I'm terrible about it. It's one of the things. It comes from, I think naturally I don't like to do that because I'm like, you feel like you're asking for something that's just not part of who I am. So, but, we always have to get out of our comfort zone because I believe I help this person. That's just a way for us to reach more people. So if you're not comfortable asking for things, something I'm really bad about, just remember the why. The why you're asking is, hey, I can reach more people. I can save more people money. I can impact more people's lives.
In my opinion, the best place and the best time to ask for it is after the closing and the signatures are done, because that's a top 3 experience in everyone's life. Whether it's marriage, having kids, buying a home. I mean, it's up there with everybody in their, top 3 probably. So they're excited. They're already, bubbly, excited, ready to go. So if you have it prepared and just say, hey, I want you to say something like this. So all you got to do is turn the camera on them and they say it and that's it. And, you don't have to say, hey, tomorrow when you get home, can you turn on your computer and pull up your camera and say something nice about me? They're not going to do that. Catch them when they're happy, catch them when they're ready and excited.
it's awesome. Do you guys send them a link where they can actually record a video? I'm curious.
I actually send my marketing guide to them.
Oh, well, that is ideal.
Yeah. Or we have them in the office. Like, we've set up a whole social media room. We have a couch. We have like neon lights. We have like a background. We have cameras. We have a green screen. We have all this stuff set up. And when people come in, we give them swag, like with our real estate agents, like every week we give them swag. We have drinks. We're literally like, when I was visualizing it, I was thinking about like when I went to AIM. Okay, you walk in, you feel like so like special. You know what I mean? Realistically, like, wow, they want to do this and they're taking this from me and they're giving me all this content that I now can use on my social media. Well, that's the experience that we want to give for our clients or our buyers or whatever that is that we're giving them content. So if you like, it could literally be a closet, guys. Like, it doesn't have to be, but they walk in and they're like, whoa, like, look at this cool, like, background, and look at these lights, like, that I bought on Amazon. Like, I ordered a green screen on Amazon and like, I bought a nice camera. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Realistically, but you give them an experience. Everybody wants an experience. And, you know how many like straight out of college, like, people are doing social media marketing? Like, realistically, like, they're all looking for jobs. So hire one, like, realistically, and that's all he does, and I don't have to worry about it. But I have all these ideas in my head, but I know that I don't have the time to execute it. When you get to that point in your life where you're like, I have so many ideas and I just want to do it all, but I can't do it all, hire someone to do it. I mean.
Yep. And, Laura, we interviewed Jazz Takar.
Yeah.
He's like, number 2 agent, real estate agent in Canada. And that's his whole thing. It's an experience. When people come to his office, they get a drink, they get a sit down, nice comfy couch, they get a talk, they get a chat. You know, when they buy a home, he has pizza delivered. When the delivery guys come, there's pizza waiting for them when they're moving in, so they don't have to worry about that. A couple 2 liters of soda, you know, just little things that he's like, cost me nothing in the grand scheme of things, but they're like, holy cow, my real estate agent showed up with pizza when I was moving in, and you know,
listen, I always remember the whole thing with JP Hussey with his t-shirts, where clients would want to do a loan with him so they could get the t-shirt. Like, I always remember that, and I'm thinking to myself, that's part of the experience, right? So all of those things, and Skylar, thank you. This kind of all coincides because, like, Karina started by saying, when you hear that little voice in your mind saying it might be time, well, we're all realizing it is time. The time is now. We know that we have to differentiate ourselves. We know we have to bring the value. We know that we have to provide this experience. Well, we also know how to do it. So now we just all need to do it.
Yeah, whether that's a VA or an assistant or a marketing person or a closer or what it is, you know, in order to be a top producer, I've noticed they've all said the same thing. They have systems and they have people.
Yep.
You know, I talked to Dan Keller and he does amazing, but it's just him as a loan officer, but he's got a team. And he said each team member has 3 things that they do. That's it. They don't have to go out of their reach. They just have 3 things that they're responsible for doing, and that's what they do, and they know what they got to do, and it makes the whole process easier. When you don't have 8 people on the team all doing the same thing or different things, they just know, this is my job, this is what I do every day for each client, and makes it simple. And, you know, he does great.
You do that, right, Karina? Don't you actually? Yeah, you break it down very specific and detailed as to what their role is, right?
Oh yeah, we pass that baton and it's passed and they don't go back.
Same here, conveyor belt.
Yeah, which is great because you're right, it has to go forward. You can't make it so, oh, if this happens, it goes back to that person. Always forward, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I love it. As always, it's always educational and entertaining and a great time to listen to you ladies. We'll definitely have to do it again soon. And I appreciate you, Laura, for hosting, and I appreciate you all for joining and saying yes.
These ladies always say yes.
Thank you for having us, Mitch. Thank you, Laura.
Oh, it's like I said, if I could end every Friday like this, I would be a very happy lady. So always a pleasure, ladies. Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks,
everybody.
guys.
Have a great day. See you all soon.
Bye.
All right. The Leading Ladies of Mortgage is a wrap. And we're going to move on to our next and final session of the day. This is the Future of Marketing, hosted by my friend Jason Frazier. I hope he doesn't mind me calling him that. Don't tell him I said that. And his lovely group of knowledgeable, young, and educated marketers. So give me a second here to bring them on. Welcome, Jason.
What's up? How's it going?
Man.
That was a great panel, by the way. I was glad I was able to catch that one. So
yeah,
all of those professionals are awesome.
Yeah, they do well, and they seem to work well together in a forum like that. And you know, they always have great ideas and concepts to put forth. And like Karina said, you have to do talking about things that does you no good.
Yeah, I've honored to know all of them personally and interviewed them and had them on podcasts and just general and talking with them, and they all are at top of their game. So great group, great panel.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited for your panel, man. You have some great young, I would say marketers in this business that are coming from different parts of the business, which is great. Like you said before, what EPM is doing is finding things outside of the industry, but it's also nice to find things inside the industry that are different. And I think all of these ladies I've spoken to, except for Adair, and they all have great minds and great influence in the business already.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring them in one by one, and you can introduce them.
Cool. Well, I'll have them introduce themselves just to
All
keep
right.
things fluid, because I want them to talk about a little bit what they do and what they
All
work
right. Well,
for.
we'll
So-
start with Adair. So if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Sure. Well, hey, everybody. I am Adair Kelly. I am the brand manager at EPM. So I work alongside the lovely Jason Frazier right here. So kind of how I got into the mortgage industry, I studied marketing in college, and right out the gate, I jumped into working for a social media agency. So I managed companies such as Tupelo Honey, Gusto, Arby's, Instagram, social media. And so I really enjoyed that. From there, I went to doing marketing for a software company. And then from there, I fell into EPM. So I have been in the mortgage industry with EPM for about a year now. And so I manage all of our social media, as well as kind of filtering everything going from our marketing team out into the world. So that's a little bit about what I do. And I am just super excited to be here and to speak alongside all of these great people today.
Well, I'm excited to have you. And so you're the one behind that makes Jason look good. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I make him look good.
And that's a lot of work.
Right?
That's a lot
Yeah.
of work, right? Like that's a lot of
No.
work.
I'm a
Yeah.
big fan of EPM, and I do follow your social, and that's always on point. So excited to hear what you have to share with us today, because you definitely do a wonderful job of keeping that going in a good position.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, we are going to welcome Val. If you want to introduce yourself and tell everybody about what you do.
Yeah, hey everyone. Great to see you guys. Great to see you, Adair. I am the marketing manager for Art of Homeownership. So we are kind of on a mission to take a very transactional industry and create lifelong advisors out of the mortgage professionals. So a lot of the things I do are running webinars, trying to educate people on what it is that the platform actually does. A lot of it is just following up with consumers over the life of the loan, which is something that doesn't happen otherwise. So it's been really fun. It's a great cause, and I'm excited to continue everything that we have going. We're still pretty early within the industry, so it's exciting.
I thought I saw a post the other day. It said, "What the heck?" It does art home or the Art of Homeownership
right.
do, and I was like, "Oh, okay." Now that caught my attention. So
Yeah,
and then
that's what it's meant to do, right?
Right, and I always see the Barry Habib video. So that's always circulating Facebook. So it's great to see you guys out there, and I'm glad to have you on the panel.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, and our last panelist. Hello, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Good. Introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do.
Absolutely. I'm Brianna Harris. I am the community marketing manager at Arrive. I started in the mortgage industry working for the Association of Independent Mortgage Brokers, helping manage social media, and really got into the ins and outs of mortgages there. Right now, Arrive has just kind of re-blossomed into the industry, so I'm helping them make a name for themselves, educate everybody on what we offer, and help with client retention.
Awesome. Well, Jason, you've done a fantastic job once again putting this panel together. So I am going to do what I do best and step out of the way and let you lead the charge.
Great. All right. Hey, Mitch, real quick.
Yeah.
I opened up the live stream in another window so I could see the questions. So that's the best way to see the questions, right? Is that
Yep, on
Okay.
on live.moreflix.com.
Yep. Perfect. All right, cool. All right, my friends. Well, what are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
I know.
What are we talking about here? No, so first for everyone, again, Bree, Val, and Adair, thank you so much for agreeing to be on this panel. Excited to have you here. I'll set the stage here in a second, but I want to let everyone know that's watching. If you do have questions, type them in. We'll try to get to some Q&A at the end here, but we got some great knowledgeable people. How I want to set the stage, the reason I call it Future of the Marketing is for two reasons. One is you are looking at the future of marketing here with, Adair, Val, and Brianna. And also generally pretty new to the industry. I think, Adair, you've only been in the industry for a year. Val, I think AIM was your first.
A year and a half. Yeah.
Year and a half. And then Brianna, 2 years, right?
2 years, yeah.
Has expertise in certain areas. Like we talked about in kind of our prep call, there's a certain way that I wanted this to go because I think it takes the loan originator on a nice journey. And so for me, I always start with the foundation. In fact, I just did a webinar to a bunch of loan officers about this, and having that foundation is everyone's trying to build like the second floor, the third floor, the fourth floor of their marketing, but they're forgetting about the foundation, right? And so without that, your house is just going to fall over. And so I'm going to start with brand and start with Val, because Val, I know personal branding is something you talk quite a bit about. But when originators always say like, okay, well, how do I start? Right? How do I start with my brand and why is it important? So I'd like you to touch a little bit on that as far as branding, why it's important, if you could break it down to how they start even thinking and conceptualize what that brand is, and then how you would advise them to start putting that into play.
Yeah, wow, that's a lot. So starting out with personal brand and why it's important is really, and especially nowadays that, after we just went through the past year of not really being able to see people in person or interact in that way, it's a lot harder for people to get to know you on the same level. So having that personal brand through social media has become even more important now. I think that we have kind of fallen into those ways of interacting with people through social media and through emails so much. You really have to let your personality come through, which I think a lot of people kind of put a barrier up and want to be presented in a very professional way, which is understandable. And you still want to be professional, but it doesn't mean that you have to take your personality out of it. So personal brand is really important to let your network connect with you on a deeper level. So it's showing small parts of your life. It doesn't have to be what you eat for breakfast every morning. It doesn't have to be your deepest, darkest secrets, but things that you enjoy and you're passionate about outside of mortgage, because any one of your prospects want to do business with another human being. So showing the things, whether it's your family, a lot of people show what they're doing on the weekends and their vacations. People are interested in that. You just don't realize it because you're living it day to day. So creating that sort of brand for yourself and just letting your kind of like quirkiness come through is really important because it allows people to connect with you in that way. And it's also important to touch on what you do, but in a very tasteful way. So you don't want to come across as promotional or salesy when you're trying to get people to reach out to you for mortgages, but it's important to educate through social media. So the posts that you sprinkle in with your personal brand and the things that you do in your personal life can be very educational and actually teaching them things about mortgage, because a lot of consumers don't know what they should know about mortgages and about getting a house. So I think it's, if you do it in a tasteful way where you are educating them, you're going to raise questions in their head, which will welcome them to reach out to you. So that's how I would go about kind of the balance of personal to professional. And then Jason, you also asked about getting started with a personal brand. I think it's really just interacting and engaging on social media and seeing where it takes you. Like, I know when I first started in the industry, a lot of it was inside Facebook groups. So like AIM, for example, I had started there with Bree, and a lot of it was just interacting, and you kind of get a feel for what is appreciated and what's not. When you're commenting or posting, you just kind of read what your audience is looking for and then continue with the things that are getting good engagement. So I know for myself, I would be in the Facebook group, and if you're a little snarky and let sarcasm come through, I learned very quickly that people enjoyed it. So I continued with that on social media. So if there's something that I have a snarky comment for, I will comment that. And that just kind of become part of my personal brand. I mean, it's who I am as a person as well. So it's not that I'm being different on social media, but you just kind of let certain parts of your personality come through. And when they're appreciated by your audience, you just continue that on social media moving forward.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I remember being in the group and seeing posts come in, and this is like when you first started, and I was like, oh, who's that? Like, what? Because it was like gets the norm, because everyone's usually kind of like, oh, tiptoeing around, and then Val comes in there with the sledgehammer, which was pretty funny. So it was definitely the snarky part that got my attention. But I agree with you, and that's important because everyone has their own vibe. And speaking about the community aspect, we'll roll over to Bree as it relates to branding. How would you expand a little bit on what Val just said?
Yeah, so I definitely agree. And it's really important to think about, like, yes, being, Val is very funny and she's good at those little 1-2 punches in comments and posts. But if that's not you, then don't do that. Make sure that you play off of exactly who you are, because there's another thing that we've probably all learned from the community is that people can read through the fakeness, and that makes them not want to interact with you as much. So being able to be vulnerable and being exactly who you are is very important. And that also opens the door for trust, and then in growth within your community. People want to come to you and they trust you and they feel like they know exactly who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Adair, obviously being the brand manager for EPM, you have to encapsulate our soul, so to speak, our ethos, our swagger, even of how we handle ourselves and how we approach certain things. So when you're looking at the brand piece of it from a mortgage perspective and what we're putting out there, what would you say are key elements to focus on as it relates to, as Val was saying, like, hey, you can't just be professional, or not professional, but you can't be business all the time. It's got to be a little bit personal. You got to bring stuff to you. So what would you say to the loan officers and lenders? Because to me, it's one and the same. Is what would you say as far as like on the focus of that brand of making it a little bit more human?
Yeah, for sure. So I think like when we think about, we are all promoting the same type of product as, in the mortgage industry. So I always think of the 3 pillars that I kind of go alongside. So it would be, 1, are you educating your audience? So, are you providing a wealth of knowledge to people who are following along with you? You want to become kind of like their guide, their counselor, their friend online, because that's what people are looking for. And like Val said, kind of in this world of post-COVID, people are looking for personal connection, but they're also, you don't have to be pushing out mortgage content like, hey, you want to refi? Hey, you want to, hey, you need a VA loan? You don't have to do that. Just become somebody who is an educational person, who is the thought leader when it comes to buying a home, because then when people start to see that, they automatically think, when I'm ready to buy a home, I know exactly who to go to, because they have been providing this knowledge already. The second thing I always think about is like, how do you entertain people? So we see a big trend in TikToks and Instagram Reels and really short form videos these days. So how are you entertaining your audience as well? So it doesn't have to be necessarily tied to mortgages again, but it can be, something along the lines of the housing market, how 2021, the housing market, it's just kind of a whirlwind. And I think we did a TikTok was like Into the Thick of It. I don't know if you guys have seen that one. We're like into the thick of the housing market. It could be something fun and silly, but still entertaining, still pertains to what you do. So that's always super important as well. And then the third one I always say to originators is just be the real you. Like, people are looking for that authenticity online. And when they see content, some spammy content about mortgages, they don't really care. Nobody cares about what you do. I mean, they do to an extent, but at the end of the day, they want to see that, 1, you're a thought leader, you can guide them in the home buying process, you're entertaining along the way, and then you're real and you're authentic.
No, absolutely. So, and I think, look, for you watching, I think you got the good takeaway there, right? Be yourself, be authentic. Don't try to, because there's only one you, right? Nobody else can be a better you, right? So just lean into that, lean into why people follow you, like you, read your blog articles, listen to your podcast, watch your TikToks, your videos, whatever has you. There's something about you that attracts people to you, right? Whether it's your advice, whether it's your expertise, your experience, how the way you carry yourself, whatever happens, and you just got to keep trying and putting stuff out there until you find that right balance, or not balance, or that right recipe, so to speak, of what your audience cares about. And that's what I think is key. So kind of going back, staying with you, Adair, talking about content creation. For you, how do how would you, and again, because I want to phrase this as the loan officers that are watching this, I want to kind of put it for their perspective and educate them, is if I'm an originator, right, we talked about brand, we're talking about building that foundation first, but then look, everyone hears about content this, content that. And this is where, like, whenever they hear content, they automatically always go right to social media, like always. But there's more than just social media, and there's different types of content. But for a loan officer that's just starting out, or they're having trouble wrapping their head around what content actually is, how would you start off that conversation?
Yeah, so content is kind of like, even to build your own brand, like what Val was saying, like content is like the meat and potatoes of the things that you do, that you provide, the tips and tricks, all that. That is the value in what you can offer. So when it comes to content creation, kind of like the process that I go through when I'm thinking of, I think when originators think about content, they're like, I did not sign up to be a marketer. Like, this was not my job.
But they did. They didn't realize it, but they did.
Yeah, they didn't realize it, but they're here now. And, if you're not adopting these kinds of things, your competitors will. And so that's why it's so important for these, for you to get onto, pretty much everything online. And so I think there's some tips when it comes to content creation is, once a week, just kind of figure out a time that's good for you, like an hour. Sit down, go through social media, go through things that are trending in our industry, and then come up with like a little folder, kind of like a content creation folder. I have one on my desktop whenever I see something, that's funny or engaging, and then I put it into a folder, and when I need to use it, then I have it, it's ready to go. And I think especially with 2021, the trends of like I said, TikTok and Instagram and social media, people are copying a lot and kind of stealing ideas and then using it for their own benefit. Well, that's kind of great, because it's really easy for us to just kind of take it, morph it into kind of like the housing industry niche or mortgage industry info, and then use it for our own advantage. So I would say, just go through like once a week, get on. And I do like to emphasize TikTok and Instagram Reels, because those are building huge viewerships within these things. And so it just builds your brand awareness overall. So yeah, get on once a week for an hour, look through content, what other people are doing in the industry, take that content. And then Fraser likes to say this to our team is, 1, make it different, and then 2, make it better. And so we like to do that at EPM. And I just think that's like a really great little tidbit for somebody who's just starting out. It's really easy to kind of steal the content and then just make it different and better.
Yeah, no, perfect. And speaking and kind of carrying that content conversation, obviously, Val, with what you do at the Art of Home Ownership, talk a little bit about what you would say, what you've seen loan officers' biggest struggle with creating content.
Yeah, I would say not. Well, let me back up, actually. I think it's important to strategize before you start making content. So sometimes people just want to jump right into it and be recording videos, and that's great. But you first have to think about, who do I work the best with? Which consumers am I working most frequently with and are developing that deeper connection with? And then from there, identify what their pain points are, what they enjoy, what they want to see. And that's when you should start touching on those things and answering their questions. Because I think a lot of people, like I said, are just kind of putting content out there and seeing what sticks, which is part of social media, because you do have to take what is doing well, move forward with it, and keep doing that. But I would say strategize before anything, and then begin to make content around those things. See what is performing well, and then continue with that and make it different and make it better. I think that's great advice.
I like it. I've heard that somewhere. I like that. I like that a lot. And not just because I say it. But now, shifting gears a little bit, but still important with content, is Bree, with what you do at Arrive, because not only do you have to manage the community, but obviously find the right content to reach the right audience, right? Because you're not a B2C, right? You're a B2B, because mortgage brokers are your audience, not the consumer. So tell me how you approach that as creating content for the community.
Yeah, so I really got a good deep dive into a strategy behind this when I was at AIM. I really got to help grow the Women's Mortgage Network and get to know how to get to know people within our community. So something that I implement now at Arrive is to get to know our client base first. I personally go out of my way to get to know as many clients as I can, figure out different things about them. Because then when it comes to making content, I like to do conversation starters. So something that's really light and easy, that gets everybody engaged, lets everybody feel kind of safe and like they can interact. And then I'll start to change up the content, do some mortgage things. I really love organic content. So how can I allow our customers to get to know who I am in the best way is to show them little pieces of my life. They'll interact, and then in return, they'll post pictures about their life. And it just becomes a growing family almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to stay with you, Bree, because one thing that I think is important is the power of community. Right now, for those of you that are watching, chances are you're part of a Facebook, right? Maybe you're in the BAB Facebook, maybe you're in Arrive, the Arrive community Facebook group, maybe you're in one of our Facebook groups, what have you. But what's funny is that it's the community that basically how I know everybody, right? Like the people that I do, not that I know everybody, but the people that I do know was from the community, right? And getting and being, putting stuff out there, engaging and whatnot. So Bree, I want you to talk about the power of creating, as an originator, creating that community as it relates to them in their market.
Yeah, so I think that a lot of people don't really understand the full connection between community and marketing, but it blends in so nicely. It's a great way to, for growth of your business, for customer experience, for customer retention, to really build off of all of those. You want to create a place where people feel empowered. So in order for, we knew it would happen, Val.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen at some point.
But it's amazing the things that can happen just from that initial experience with meeting somebody. They can have felt like they have gotten to know you, trust you, and in return want to use your product and feel that they can come to you for questions. It becomes so much more than just Facebook or, just a business. You've really built this all around place where people feel part of something bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing, is that if you're part of some of these communities online, you can replicate that for your own business, as Bree was talking about, and understanding that the marketing and community are completely intertwined. And that's one thing that I think a lot of, look, if you've been in the business if you've never done anything with marketing, right? And, we run into those loan officers all the time. They're like, I don't care. I don't believe in social media, blah, 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 blah. Like we get those, right? But then you also got people that came up in a different style of the industry and marketing, and they're talking about flyers and stuff like that. Honestly, just don't matter anymore, right? And Adair, working with me, knows how I feel about flyers and stuff of that nature. But I think what everyone needs to understand, that marketing has evolved dramatically over the last decade from what it was, what it was supposed to be, and what it really is today. And to me, marketing and community are almost the same, right? And understanding one, and this is where, and I'll go to you, Adair, next, but I want to get your opinion on what I'm about to say, is that I think that everybody in your organization, whether you're a broker with a small brokerage, whether you're a massive, you're a loan officer in a big lender, processor, your LOA, your loan partner, underwriters, processors, to me, everybody's in marketing at an organization, because you're going to have some interaction with someone, including your most important asset, which is for the people that work for your organization, right? So Adair, talk to me about what you would say about that, about everyone being basically in marketing at an organization.
Yeah, honestly, everybody within your company, they make up who your company is. So everybody at EPM, the underwriters, they're a big deal. And so they really do, they are doing a lot of the work. The processors, pretty much everybody, they are marketing as well. So that's also why it's so important that they should be adopting these social media habits, just because even if they're just an underwriter or processor and they're not out marketing, they can still market just on their personal profiles. People know that they're the underwriters. People know that they're the processors. and it's just so important that they are on it as well, because you're promoting, like if you're post any pictures from your company, you're promoting your company as a whole. And so therefore people are going to think, well, what do they do? And so they're going to, further explore that. So, everybody has a part and a hand in marketing. And that's why I think it's so important that we all adopt it, not just marketers, but originators, processors, everybody in the loan process. It should be something that everybody adopts. It's super important.
Yeah. If I can, I'll say if I could play off of something really quick, I would say to play off of what you said, Adair, with other people in your business that are on social media, that care that you can have. So if somebody has a question for, say, Arrive or for EPM, to be able to reach out to anybody in your office and be able to get their questions answered, that makes them feel so much more supported, a part of that community. And that's such a great marketing metric for you to look back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And Val?
Yeah, I would say number one, I think, well, now that my dog stopped barking, sorry about that. I think everyone at EPM, I'll give you guys major props. I think you guys do a really good job of that, of everyone being active on social media and sharing even what they like about the organization, because I think that's one thing that says a lot about a company is how their employees feel about it. So if there are, your whole team is sharing what they like about the organization, that they enjoy working there, I think it just motivates your consumers or whoever your clients are to want to work with you even more. So that is one thing, but then also engaging with anyone who would be your clients. That's really important. I think that's something that's really undervalued, is just taking the time, like Adair had mentioned, scheduling some time, an hour weekly to just go through social media. And I would break that up too and say 15, 20 minutes a day. Take notes about what people are doing on social media so that you can kind of steal some of those ideas and make them your own, but then also engage and interact with those posts that are relevant to you or you feel connected to in some way. Because I've really found with the people that I'm engaging with the most, they're also engaging with me the most, because you just have this sense of, you feel like you need to reciprocate. It might be subconscious, but if Bree does something nice for me, I'm going to remember that in the future and do something nice for her. Not that Bree's ever done anything nice for me, but I'm just kidding. But that really is it's a psychological thing. So that would be my tidbit, would be really engage as much as you can on social media and show people some love. They'll show you love back.
Yeah. And I think if you're listening right now, one is you've obviously taken the step to really understand marketing a little bit more and listen to it and get some advice. But I think if, just there's a lot of synergy and common denominators with what you were all talking about. But look, I know you have heard this, I've heard it. And what's so funny is what they do and say is counter to this a lot of times, especially when it comes to marketing, is that everyone says know you, like you, trust you, right? People do business.
Learning to get better. A lot of what I'm putting out is more of the mission behind Art of Homeownership, because it is such a strong, we want to educate consumers more and empower those loan officers to be the lifelong advisors. So that was my mindset around the marketing strategy that we had, and putting some influencers out there so they see Barry and they know him and he's backing up our product. But the missing piece was really, what is the platform? So I think that the mission in having someone that they know with the organization, like myself, if I have that relationship with someone and they see that, I think it can start the conversation and get them curious as to what it does. But really, if our marketing was doing the job that it should be, that should be educating them on what the Art of Homeownership actually is. So I had a few people reach out to me asking, what actually is the platform? And that was kind of it was a light bulb moment that went off, and it's we didn't even factor that into our marketing strategy. So that kind of started a new wave. So it's really about listening to your audience and listening to the questions that they have and solving for those problems. So that was kind of a failing moment, but I think it also changed our strategy moving forward, and it's going to improve because of that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I feel like even a take off of what you said is another thing is how can your audience market for you? So in that case, your audience.
I'm about to do an email introduction to you, Bree, to Harish, to Evan, to a broker that's starting their new brokerage, and she reached out to Eddie and myself to ask, like, for help and advice. And I said, look, I'll tell you, because they're trying to think of the LOS to start the brokerage on. I said, well, hey, you got to take a look at Arrive, right? And she's like, I heard about it, I just don't know. So I'm going to do an intro, because I know between the three of you, you're going to, she's going to have a broker to talk to. She's going to have you. She's going to have Harish to talk to actually get the full, and without the community, without that, without me being a part of it, without me looking at that content, without doing what you do in the community, that conversation doesn't happen, right? And so that's what we're talking about as it relates to marketing. And you may be like, well, how do I use that as an originator? I just told you, because look, humans are humans, regardless of product, right? And so you just have to speak whatever your audience happens to know at that time. But that's why I just wanted to say that real quickly, because it plays right into what all of you have been talking about. So it's just a perfect example of that. We have one question here that I think, be good. I'll go to you, Adair, is that if look, attention is currency, right? Like we could all agree on that. Attention is currency, because they don't know who you are. They don't know what you do. It doesn't really matter. Your rates could be 0%, right? You can be given free mortgages away. It doesn't matter if they don't know who you are, right? Bless you. And so, so one of the questions we have here is about, like, what is a way that they can get more attention on what they do? So I'll go to you, Adair.
Yeah. Do you know if they clarified, like, on specifically, like, what
in the industry? How do they get more attention for themselves in the industry?
Yeah, well, I think one, if you're not, I think we've all stressed this in here, but just getting on social media, just making yourself known, and just really building your own brand, kind of like what Val was starting out with. And I did want to kind of tie this back. I have an example. So I think we all know who Alan Christian is. Do we all know who he is?
Yep.
So he does a really great job, and I think he would be a great resource for people who kind of don't know how to get attention like that. He does a lot of hyper local marketing. And so he goes out into his community, and he, a coffee shop opens, and it has nothing to do with mortgage. It has nothing to do with the housing industry, but he's showing that he's in his community. He throws up his his little iPhone. He records himself for like maybe 5 minutes talking about the opening of a coffee shop. And, that doesn't really say people realize, oh, he's out there. He knows what's going on. Like, you can build so much more awareness for yourself through those platforms.
No, perfect. Val, you want to expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I would say, so how was the question worded again?
What can we do to get more attention in the industry?
Okay, so I would say a lot of brokers or mortgage professionals in general will specialize in certain loans, like I talked about. And I know, Bree, you would know Christine, is it Hermes? I don't know if I'm saying her last name correctly, or Christina. She specializes in reverse mortgages.
Reverse mortgage, yeah.
And I literally think of her as like the reverse mortgage lady, because that's all she posts about and educates people on. So whether it's holding a webinar for first-time home buyers or just getting involved in your community in that way, I think is really powerful, and just showing that you are the expert on whatever small little niche you can identify. And then also, like Bree kind of touched on, is the community aspect of it. I know a few brokers that I talked to recently, it kind of all happened at once, are creating these Facebook groups for, one was all realtor partners or potential realtor partners in the area. So this mortgage professional now has positioned himself as an expert and will post educational things for the realtors inside that Facebook group. So that is just now creating a whole network of realtors that he could possibly be working with. And another one is a mortgage professional that starts a Facebook group for all the consumers that he works with. So what he'll post in there is local resources like plumbers, electricians. Like, he just puts out those types of, and then the consumers will comment and post in there, hey, does anyone have a resource for this? So it's kind of like their go-to resource, which I think is really cool. So there's a lot of ways that you can position yourself. There's a lot of opportunities on social media, but those would be my recommendations.
Good. And Bree?
Yeah, so I've spoken with a lot of brokers who do different things. So one, Nike Ojo, she is great with first-time home buyers and educating young adults within her community about the importance of buying a home over renting. She is an incredible person to talk to, and she does so many different things to really extend herself from, she does like turkey trots at Thanksgiving where she's handing out turkeys to holding these conferences. And I know a lot of other brokers do the same thing. And the same goes with realtor partners. Like Val said, they'll hold these conferences at, a town hall or anything like that. It doesn't have to be on social media. I was talking to a broker a year ago about ways that they can get involved with their community. And one thing that we spoke about was, can you give a percentage of every loan you close to a local community, maybe to help, the local YMCA or community center or something like that, that shows that you really care about that place that you live in, you want people to move there, that you're a respected person in your community. How can you show your consumers that you are that person? And another thing, like what Adair said, if there's a local coffee shop opening, to get that video, or what's your favorite restaurant? Do you have this like secret hole in the wall spot that you love to go to? Have a video of you outside of it, or be like, maybe have a coupon, pay for a gift card for a client to go and experience it. There's so many ways for you to get in front of your clients, be a community leader, and build that, that place where everybody wants to live. They want to buy a house from you because they want to live where you're at.
Yeah, absolutely, 100% on that. And excuse me, I have my daughter's with me at work today, so if you see me looking over the side, it's just her. But then, of course, everyone is coming by, and I have like a big glass door, and everyone's like waving at my daughter and trying to talk to her. So like I was just trying to like, hey, I'm on the thing right now. So like if you see me doing that, that's what that is. But there was a key word for everyone that I think Adair, you mentioned. There's a key word there, and that's known. Right? There's a great book, and I highly recommend it for you all. If you haven't read it, it's by a guy named Mark Schaefer, and it's called Known. Right? Highly recommend that book in marketing. If you're a loan officer, highly recommend that you check that out, because just like what we were talking about before, like it doesn't matter what you do or who you are. You can be the best. Your turn times are 20 minutes. Does not matter if you're not known. Right? You could be the best. You could be the second coming of the Messiah. If you're not known, nobody knows about you. It doesn't matter, right? And so everything that was said is right on when it comes to understanding that and the power of social, of the brand, of the community, and all of that stuff plays together. And it's just doing that. And look, if you're watching this and you're saying, well, I don't know, this seems pretty, this or that. Look, the war's been fought. It's done. Social media won. Sorry. And just deal with it, right? And put it out there. But here's the thing: is that you got to know, and I know you all know this so well, is that look, we put stuff out there. Derek could do something. Val, Bree, you guys can put stuff out there. You have to do it. You have to execute on it. So I hope that for those of you that are watching, you at least found one thing to take away, and not just in this panel, but all the panels before this, today and yesterday, with all the great content that you got, is to take one thing away that you'll actually execute on, right? And you may, because look, I'm gonna tell you right now, what we're talking about is pretty simple, right? It's not rocket science. All of you can do this. The thing is that all of you won't do this, and that's your opportunity, right? That is your absolute opportunity to stand out and do something different. Dare talked about Alan. We all know Alan. Alan's great at doing that stuff. And dude's a machine when it comes to doing that stuff, but he's definitely made himself known. And all of you have the potential to do that. You don't have to spend a ton of money. You just have to spend a little bit of time. But this, that brand building, that creating that community, being on social media, creating that content, it's the gift that keeps on giving as long as you want to take the time and effort to put into it. So I know we were on for, we're going to be on for an hour. Got a few minutes left here. If you have questions, please throw them at us so that, we can answer them before we go. But one of the last things I wanted to talk about as it relates to the future of marketing, what do you see that's really important for loan officers to pay attention to as it relates to marketing over the next, I'll say, year and a half? I'll start with you, Bree.
Yeah, so something for them to pay attention to. I would say the biggest thing is things that are happening within the world. So there's a lot of things, and you have to think about how can you play off of what's going on the news. It's been such a changing time for everybody. So how does that relate to your potential customers or your current customers for client retention? What are the different effects that they could be going through? What are different things they could be dealing with? How can you be somebody that's, at the forefront that can help them, that they can go to for, oh, I didn't even think about that when dealing with, you know, COVID or with anything that's going on right now. So that's definitely something to think of. I like to take one subject matter and think about all the different things that could correlate with that one subject and try and touch on little pieces to help educate as many clients as I possibly can.
Yeah, no, and that's great because you're bringing something that's topical that people are already talking about. You can be funny about it. Obviously, got to be a little bit careful. But an example, for what Bree's talking about is like, so when forbearance was coming in last year, and everyone was talking about the mortgage industry. And honestly, that was like a term that people didn't really understand. Like, what is forbearance? How I was going to do? How I was going to play. Scott Shang like jumped on that to create education, to get with lenders, to find out what their forbearance policies would be, just truly just to educate people, and not just consumers, but the industry at large at what forbearance. Because look, we all saw the post. We all saw that everyone was saying it's this, no, it's that. Like, if you're a consumer or anybody looking at any of that, you're like, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, maybe my house explodes. Like, I don't know what forbearance absolutely does. So that is the exact example, the perfect example to what.
Yeah, even with divorce rates, like what happens when you get a divorce? How can you be the divorce expert to help your clients navigate that? So many different things.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%. Val.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be considered a new trend in social media. I would say just focus on differentiating yourself, because as more people start to take the plunge into social media and marketing itself, it's going to become a level playing field where you're going to need to kind of put yourself above everyone else and make sure that you're the one that people are thinking of when it comes to whatever your focus is. So really the purpose of marketing isn't to put out a piece of content and have someone need that immediately, because the chances of that happening are very low. But if you're consistent with posting content about one subject matter, then you should be the first person that they think of when they do need whatever you're offering. So be consistent with it and differentiate yourself, whether that's with your realtor partners, with your past consumers, with your prospects, whatever it is. Just find your niche and focus on that so that you are different than everyone else in the industry. I actually just had JP Hussey was on my podcast, and we were talking about being different, because so many people want to just be the fastest turn times. They want to be professional and dress in a suit every day. You're just like everyone else then, if that's all you're doing. It's kind of a harsh reality and it sucks, but that's true. So, JP walks around in a basketball jersey half the time and no one cares, because he's still professional and he's still doing his job well, but that's just his personality and who he is. So let your personality kind of come through and just work on differentiating yourself.
Another great thing to talk about, because look, just like Val said, at the end of the day, we're all doing the same thing, right? You're like, oh, turn time, service. That's what everyone talks about. Rates. Okay, fantastic. Everybody talks about that in our industry. And for those of you that, have listened to me say this over and over again, is that the last decade, our industry has done a great job at commoditizing what we do, which means we're the same as everything else. It's like going out to eat. You may like a restaurant better than this or whatever, but you'll still eat at that restaurant. Getting gas. I need gas. So whatever is closest, I'm going to get, right? Not a lot of people have a true affinity for gas to where they're going to go way out of their way because they like Chevron and not Shell or whatever, depending on what, what region you live in, right? Racetrack or something like that, or Buc-ee's, right? So like, it just doesn't, you gotta have something that makes you stand out, right? And this is the one thing I talk about all the time. You're not, in order to really stand out in what we call a perfect competition, which is what our industry is, in order to stand out, you have to be 10x better in something. You're not going to be 10 times better in rate. You're not going to be 10 times better in service, experience, or anything. You can be better, a little worse, whatever, within what I call that margin of caring, but it's not going to set you apart. It is the marketing that you can definitely be 10 times better than your competition in, and that's what's going to make you known and everything else that we talked about. So great point, Val. And Adair, and it doesn't really have to be something new, but as the next 12 to 18 months, as we talk about the future of what they should be focusing on, what would you say?
Yeah, I think just to kind of finish it off, I think one of the things that we've seen is just video marketing. And I know that, we've already kind of touched on this, but it's something that's not going to go away. It's something that makes online feel more real and authentic, and it's only going to continue to grow. Like we've seen, and I've mentioned this before, the Instagram Reels and the TikToks, it's the entertaining videos that people just find relatable and they find, just fascinating. And I think even just Brianna, Val, and I's age demographic, we are the millennials and the Gen Zs, and we are your future business. And I will say that, like, whenever we go to, especially for me,
Definitely way more important today than it was a year ago, and a year before that, and a year before. It was important back then too. But here's the thing: start today. If you're watching this, go create a video, right? Go take all the information that Bree, Val, and Adair gave you today and do something with it. Take the information that you got from the panel before us and everyone else and do something with it. Because look, this isn't rocket science. You can do it, but you got to take that first step and do it. Don't be afraid to press record. No one's going to care if it's a shitty video. Who cares? Go back and try to find some of my old content. It's horrible. It's terrible. It's bad. It's bad. It's terrible. Actually, don't do that. Don't go do that.
I'm gonna go.
It was bad. That was bad. And I was also like 60 pounds heavier than I am today. But like, still, like, don't go looking at that, because it's bad. But still, that's okay, right? Because I'm okay with that. And anyone will tell you when they say go back and look at my, people that are like main marketing. Gary Vaynerchuk even will say, go look at my wine library stuff in the early days. It was terrible. And I don't know what I was doing. So that's the thing is, again, at the end of the day, no one's going to care. They're going to care about what they see today.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yep.
All right,
Mitch coming in here.
Go Val.
That's
Go
like,
Val.
No, I was gonna say Mitch coming in here is like the music that they play at the Emmys when you're taking too long and need to like get off the stage.
Yeah, got the wrap up.
We're done.
I got 2 points I want to make. First of all, Jason, I'm 100% going to Buc-ee's every time if I can, because I had my first experience with that place when I was in Florida, and amazing, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, that's awesome.
I live 30 minutes from the world's largest truck stop, and even I was impressed by the size of that monstrosity of Buc-ee's. So, second, I want to say, good point is videos, and I'm guilty of it. I don't do it. And that's something that I need to do more of to let people know who I am, because I just assume people know who I am because of these events that I put on. But if people aren't attending these events, then they have no clue who I am, because I'm not doing, live videos or recorded videos to put myself out there outside of these and the podcast. So to your point, I think there's probably a lot of loan officers out there that think people know that they're loan officers, but they may not, because you're not putting it out there in video format and they're not seeing it as well as they probably could.
Very true.
Yep.
So after this, I'm going to go do a video.
Perfect.
Nice.
I'm going to shame you. I'm going to social shame you if I don't see a video at my end of business today.
It's happening. It's happening. So, well, I want to say thank you, Jason, for putting this together, and thank you to all of you ladies for joining us. This has been great. It's always heartwarming to me to see all the people in the industry come together and do these events, because they want to help. They want to show people better ways to do things, and donate their time to do it. And it's amazing to me that so many people do that. So I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, just
Thank
real quick. Check out Arrive. Check out the Art of Home Ownership. Definitely check out EPM. But ultimately, we hope that you got some value out of this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you
guys.
so much.
All right, we are back. That is the conclusion of our day 2 of the Mortgage Success Virtual Summit. And I don't know about you all, but I have lots of notes and a lot of great ideas. And I think there are some amazing speakers on here. If you missed any of it, the replay will be available soon. So I'll get details out to you on how you can catch that. Please go check out our sponsors. We also had some other amazing sponsors. I couldn't make it. Michael Neal from Nexa Mortgage. Go check him out with the Dream Team. We also had Brian View with FinLocker. I want to thank him for sponsoring the event. Go out and check out their system and what they got going on. Ginger Bell as well with Edu Marketing. She's a great friend and big supporter of Build Your Empire and what we're doing here. So I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I want to thank everybody who was a guest. And hopefully you guys take some of this information and go do something with it. Don't waste it. These guys, and gals gave you their time, their energy, and they want you to succeed. So you're not letting yourself down. You're letting them down if you don't do something with the knowledge. So I'm out. Thank you very much.